Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Ashal.
Good afternoon. Ready.
Straight from Goa.
Straight from Goa, obviously. I'm from the beach.
Yes, straight from the beach in Goa, right.
Yes.
So we have about 165 registrations for this batch of online
Okay.
FDP, and every day we are having almost 180 to 100 faculty members who are attending.
Hmm.
Today being a Saturday, there might be a little less numbers, but I'm just putting in the group that they should join. We are starting the session. There's another 1 or 2 minutes to go.
Sure. No issue.
And so, when are you calling us to Goa?
Hope so. Whenever you want to come, you are all invited. Anytime team can visit.
Yes. So, we are
And
running this now. Some of our courses are also accredited by the government. And if
okay.
there are any add-on courses that you want to give to your students, please let me
Hmm.
know. We would love to make their group on the Future Skills Prime platform and, let them take the learnings from there.
Fine. So what I can do, I just that time I could not recall that, but while you put up these things, I would put some of the NASCOM member on my board as an invitee for that.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Means this things just during the board meeting, we can invite somebody, and that is one where the invitee members can also suggest us, and based on their input, because the invitee member belongs from that all body of an NASCOM,
Yeah,
so we took it in a board that way, that it has been the suggested or in the board itself.
sure, sure. We would
You
like
may
to
also come and pitch also. That's not an issue. Like in 1 or 2 minutes. It's a digital meeting only. Two,
Yes,
four
so
minutes.
I would like to nominate Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, who is our CEO. If you can send me some invitation like mailer or something, then I
Sure.
can forward that to ma'am for this. And
Fine enough. Definitely. I would take it that because she is at very senior level. So I would like to put up into some academic body and like that. So I'll definitely, while the academic body or executive council meeting would be there, I'll
yes,
take care of that. Because
sure,
I know I have seen her portfolio profile. So I feel let it be her at a higher level, more higher level.
definitely, definitely. So you let me know when I should come for a presentation to the board. I'll be happy to join also.
Definitely, we will. It's a. I'll talk to you on another forum. Okay, so
Yes,
I'll call you
yes,
and talk just personally.
yes, yes.
So let the people join, and we'll start in 5 minutes,
Yes,
right?
yes, we are
Or
just letting everyone join. I've just put it in the group also. I'll again message that we have started. Welcome to all the faculty members who are joining. We have about 20 faculty members who have joined till now. And today's first session is by Dr. Harshal, and then we have a session by Mr. Srijit. And then the last session is by Mr. M. Chokalingam, who is Director AI NASCOM. And after that, we have a valedictory address by Mr. Abhay Bhatnagar, who is associate partner at EY Parthenon. So we have a very august panel today for all the faculty members, and it will be a really a knowledge gaining session for all the faculty members. So I'll encourage you to just invite all your colleagues and friends to also who have been part of this to just join in quickly, so that we don't waste any time. May I request you to join, Dr. Harshal, to switch on your video and camera, and we'll just get started then.
Sure, we'll start.
Yes. You can.
Yes, I'll turn on my camera.
Yeah, yeah. So, welcome everyone to this final day of the online faculty development program. You can take the test up to Sunday. Maximum is by Sunday, because on Monday we have to take out the scores and give it to Atal. That's I hope that's clear. And let me now welcome Dr. Harshal Jha, who is joining us straight from the beach in Goa, Parul University, Goa. And he has very kindly consented to take this session. And I'll give it over to you, sir, for taking this forward.
Thank you. So today's hello everybody. Hi everyone. Hope you have spent your time on Saturday from that. So that's why I brought you the refreshing vibe of the Goa, that you can also feel refreshing, but just joining my backdrops. So as today's topic is what we are mainly focused on, Gen AI. Gen AI in real estate, architecture, and interior design. You have used a lot of tools, you got a lot of exposures. But today I take you to the different verticals of the real estate, the how that the generative AI works. Everybody is aware generative AI, where you are writing some prompt and you are getting some results. You are getting the things done from the machine, and you are talking about leverages of various models, AI models. So where exactly what are the functionalities which can be done and conducted by the Gen AI of these domains? So here very is a group which you can see the screen also, right? Thank you. It's so this is how real estate and architecture, which is we are talking about, where the Gen AI is having very much impactful role. So the Gen AI, real estate architecture, everybody will be how it is and what the functionalities would be there. So does it work with the only graphical things? Does it work with the only generation of an image? Does it work with the what sort of things would be there? Any thoughts in your mind? You are feel free to share in the chats during the session also. So technology will perform a lot of optimization. Efficiencies will get improved, because the purpose of Gen AI is in this domain is optimization, because lot of works which are people are, yes, video to text images, okay, video text images, that is true, and visual part is very important into the real estate architecture and interior design. But you must be knowing, when you have some creative thoughts in your mind, You have to you have to version out. How do we have version out earlier? We version out earlier. We were version out earlier with a pen, paper, and rough sketches. That is what our original expression of thoughts towards the any building which is coming up, or any design which we want, any adoption which we want to do, and that we have to start with the pen, paper, pencil, right, with some sketches, rough work. Then it gets finalized with the dimensions. Once the dimensions are come, we have exact proportionately conversion transformation of those sketch to the real aspect. Once there the real aspect comes, we check for the compliances. If it is a real estate project, if it is the location, their local laws, the compliances rules, the norms, types of soils, whether this is sustainable or not, if the any other issues like it lies into which type of zones. So this requiring lot of knowledge, domain discipline knowledge. If domain discipline knowledge will only work a technical part, what about the target segment, marketing, identifying the potential customers, and making this real estate business successful? But here also there are some human interventions are very challenging, because when there are a lot of shops are there, hospitals won't be able to execute their show. So the real estate project where is the commercial things are there, who is coming into the project is also very much important for the any purple, right? People are also having a different type of taste, choices, their patterns, their expectations. In this case, whenever some shops are there, what type of shops are coming, what type of market is going to be created, and on the top of that, if residency are there, do they think that do we not have any nuisance due to the shops? What type of shops? If it is a daily grocery shops, it's fine, it is acceptable. But some shops, which is a kind of an late night restaurants and late night restaurants, maybe they it can have a disturbance to their life, daily routine. So these all aspects becomes very challenging, and human is also feel very difficult certain time for execution of the project. So their integration of this Gen AI into the real estate architecture, that is actually making a lot of revolutions. People were used to go ahead with the trends, but now this will help to analyze, identify, and reform the trend also. That's why it is called revolutionary into the field of the industry. And today, how this AI design processes improve that property management and entire client experiences. Well, will be looking to that into the aspect. What I mean by a client experiences are there when it is when you are talking to any creative design and architect and all this, they will have a lot of discussions to understand your requirement, understand your need, and then they add on their creativity based on the sense, and then they produce the results. Sometimes it's very difficult that on time we do not get the designs, do not get the complete idea. And it is also possible that people who had made a designs, they will not have either a sufficient time or not being able to communicate properly, and that creates a lack of understanding what has been planned, because everything is on a paper, nothing is in reality, nothing like in visuals. So these were the standard processes which were happening. So that makes client little bit away from the execution understanding, and a lot of doubts will be generated to their mind. And when this is the doubt which has been generated to their minds, they do not build get it the trusted on the things, or they do not, or they either have to put up a lot of trust on the people, and then their worry starts that what budget will be spent, how there the budget will be there, what would be the difference, because a lot of materials are also used, and maybe they look like very similar, but they have a variety of cost, similar look like, and minor differences, or maybe a polished version, unpolished version, or maybe an accuracy, and maybe a, you can say, the preferences which has a minor differences and get major difference in a cost. So here the technology actually does not optimize, right? Technology does not only the optimize, but also give a new thoughts also, new perspective also. And that's how the creativity get fostered, and people will be fasterly into the field, get communicated, and they can produce the results in very less amount of time. So we know Gen AI is what? Gen AI is working in every discipline and field. During this particular training program, you might have seen that design, right? So here, real estate and rapid innovation into the enhancing the creative processes. So this integrations works on a challenges uh, to meet the client expectations and give advanced solutions also, because it's a lot of knowledge which has been there built up together, and a lot of trains from the worldwide it can compile, make it together and do a comparative study, which makes very easy for the end user to understand, right? Now we know what is Gen AI. Generative AI, usually people call it as a generative AI, right? So these are the basically a algorithm, the algorithm which creates a new content, basically a new content, and designed from the available data sets. So a lot of data sets, a lot of web data, and then by processing the data, collecting the data, analyzing, summarizing, it produces the new content. They are either in a text or visuals or in an analysis form. So this is what rapid prototyping like, because the generations and rendering which takes so much time in from the computer to generate the images and render the models, or you can say the reality appearance of the existing project, that gets so much time into it, and for that people get stuck into it. They take a lot of time into that, so their workflows get delayed and project get entire delayed, and cost gets hampered. And that's why it is for the rapid executions, as in the software development people have now rapid models, and everywhere the quick delivery, right, is very important. In many a business now things are getting that change. So here is as well, and adoption of the new trends very faster on a client demands, because the many team who are associated in this particular field, they have to go to the particular field and take up the inspiration, look at the particular places, and then they have to adapt, but these adoption become very faster. One trend which was running into the any state like southern state, Kerala, which has to be adopted at the Mumbai or a New Delhi, which has a lot of understanding differences, challenges, and material procurement challenges are there, where AI can help into these things like an experts. So these adoptions will become very easier, right? Now, the we understand the Gen AI, which is what generation of text images, and what are the tools are there? We have seen a lot of tools like ChatGPT, right, which does what for text generation, image generation, and the it can also process a file like a human. Same way, we have a similar tool which is named as Perplexity, Copilot, and you must be knowing about the Gemini also. And the specific tools which is work for visual concept creations, image generations, they are like in DALI, Midjourney, Runway ML, and might be today you have seen also. From the still images, people get to generate the videos also, and that sounds very much helpful for this exactly the simulations of the real estate. That's where the fields are there. And other popular tool from the Autodesk, Revit, which is again AI assisted design and automated plan generation. So these are the field which you can see and understand that the people use in a generative AI. They have started the use of Gen AI and things are getting ready for the execution. Next, let's understand the cycle of the real estate development. How the AI real estate development works together in hand. So AI transforming the real estate development by the enhancing the site selection. Which site has to be selected? Where you are selecting? What are the challenges are there? What are the norms are there? What are the kind of compliances are there? What are the rules regulations by the government? What is the permissions? How do you handle that permission? What are the ways to that? What does it call? So it serves for you, comprise the data and give you a lot of informations related to the future consequences and challenges related to that particular segment. So the first stage is here called as a site selection and the analysis of the site. You might have been seen while people go for buying the land, they see the land, they try to understand what the geographical and demographical scenarios are there. And before the developing, what are the challenges may come. So the Gen AI here process those tasks for them and identify the optimal development sites where you can develop, what you can develop, or what are the cares if you are need to take if you are right developing somewhere into the some zones which are having the seismic impacts or maybe a weather impact, climatical impacts are there. So here zoning and the mark and clubbing with that with the market trends. So this is makes them complete increasing efficiency into the feasibility studies, like whether the project is feasible or project is having any challenges. If any challenges are there, what would be the challenges, how it can be overcome. That level of depth Gen AI has received. So these advancement leads will be like and make it more informed decisions. What they have to take care and they optimize the resources usage and ultimately for the sustainable urban development of the environment, considering the sustainability along with the environment. So once you had prepared the site selection analysis based on the criteria which does have, or even the trend does have, the effects does have. So this enact the more good into the feasibility. So tools does we generate the feasibility study report very quickly rather than taking so much weeks and months also and simulate the all scenarios and assess their ROIs, the return on the investment, and also club with the demand, the trend and demand. Once it has been done, it reaches to the third segment. It's urban planning enhancement. So AI assistant will be the planners will be there that can visualize completely the how development, each stage of development, what development will be look like, then what are the stages of virtual tours and impact on the infrastructures, optimizing the land usages, how you can develop the land and maximize the usage of that. What are the other challenges when people will live here? Whether any transport network is available. Because of the transport network, the project timeline can also hamper because the material reaching and their time of reaching will also to be included into the study because the timely material delivery cannot done, then that your work timeline will be definitely hampered. So here the transportation challenges will also add on to the cost. So this all become very helpful to make a certain decisions, because we would be very well informed for this activities which may comes, and usually it may happen that many a time people would consider these issues those in during the development of a budget, but while they start the project things get into their knowledge and they try to solve it, and that creates a lot of burden and a pressure into the execution. So next, the if we are clear with the particular above points, definitely it will identify and helpful for the property valuation, the cost computation, material requirement, and other parameters based on the local conditions. So the value of the property, which is not only include about the how much brick, mortar and all this, but the availability of the resources and at what cost it is available. And a lot of people would do forget about the cost of delivery. The transportation cost of a material will be also people do not consider, but this is the parameter which can be considered, and the local condition, availability of the human resources, workforce, that all part considered automatically into the field of property valuation. So it calculates based on the norms, government norms, how much FSIs are there, FSER are there, and what are the permissions for indexing are there, and based on the plan, based on the images, based on the available all resources into that, the registry documents, it gets you to the all type of prices based on a market trend and demands also. So if I say it will does entire calculations related to the property valuation. So these are the fields where the GenAI works. And then now it's a time of project gets completed. You have planned it better during the procurement and requirement, because it has also challenges during the development of a size, where they have to have a warehouse, where do they store the materials, and if they store the materials, then the material wastage will be much uncontrollable sometime, or maybe they are, if they are weather dependent, it can also create a lot of care and additional investment of some precautions and the protections of the resources. So this is what the hidden cost which comes under that, and that had made this AI, which definitely do without the forgetting any of the parameter, it takes care of this. So basis on that, it automatically finds the target segment of the audience, and it finds the target segment of the audience and does the listing of the along with the lead management to integrate the CRMs and social media promotions. So it when it makes out the certain connections like an integrations, it can make the deeper impact into the people to the associated to that type of property that process, like the category and their affordability. So this can be brought to the people who really look for that, and that promotions will definitely make a lot of impact into their executions, then to the promotions, and the people can be targeted very fastly. So now GenAI in our second phase is an architecture. So what GenAI does is that we work on three stages. First is in design generations, and there are a variety of the designs. So generative AI, which is allows the architects and to generate thousands of the designs based on the specific criteria, and that is where the architects are getting help, because the for the architect to all conceptualization to the making and putting into the design and making to the visualization, that usually takes so much long time. And here they get with the minute details, they get it generated. A lot of options and inspirations and creativity can be fostered because of the generative capability of the artificial intelligence. Right. Next, an important segment which is called the parametric designs, because the design is having a lot of parameters, not only the height, width, and depth of the room, but along with the color, choice, material, lot of parameters are there into the architecture. The structural strength and other things are there. This also AI take care of this lot of parameters more than a human brain. So we write this properly, and we can even dynamically manipulate the entire design parameters based on the our requirement. So we got a responsive something where architect itself can talk to another architect, but this Gen AI makes the normal human also to consult like an architect. And there are many tools which has been the models which has been specially fine tuned for this kind of a responsive way for the particular domain. And it also studies the future years impact, and that is much much helpful, because nowadays people are very much aware and government is also aware on the environmental impact. Lot of permissions now based upon that, if you are not doing a water harvesting or you are not adapting certain parameters, you will not getting the clearances or completions into the property. So this way the sustainability can be more assured, and generative AI tools analyze environment data to support the sustainable design practices very effectively. Okay, let's move the next part. So where it is work on a interior design, right? So in interior design, the aspects of working, like, interior is very personal choice of the people. People have their own taste, own choices, right? They want their own solutions also, and they prefer to behave. Why? Why not? Because it's their personal space, personal mood, very to the individuals. So here GenAI can also work on personalized design solutions and the mood board creation. This is very important, the mood board creation. Yeah, every house is having their own aura and feel also. So this is what how it can be produced, because it's very important for the any interior design to create that feel, create that affinity to the people who where they are planning for their dream house, right? A dream home and dream bedroom, dream drawing room, dream kitchen, dream everything, which can create and work with their vibes and work with their mood also. And here GenAI does very cleverly into this. GenAI, generative AI, it's analyze the entire client's preferences, because sometimes you may have find the people are not very much clear about what they required, or maybe they are changing their requirement. So here understanding the client preferences, or maybe getting them tailored to their concepts based on their taste, right? This GenAI can easily remember those things, can easily identify those things. Any peculiarity of a thinking processes are also GenAI can help the designers that yes, this is what the confusion completing, but still what are the other solutions can be produced. And basis on that, it can boost up the solutions where the variety and the you can say the synchronization of the designs could be possible. So that's why in these stages, communication with the client becomes very important. And every stage we need to get a confirmation of the client, and that takes lot of communicational challenges, because the availability of time, availability of resources, and their engagements and production of the given changes. That's take a lot of time, and even many a time that involves the cost and budget also. For the choice and comforts. So AI makes this very easy, fasterly communicate also, and brings the client's attention on all peculiarity by generating relevant explanation documents. So these engagement become very faster and easier also, because we know it can work on text generation. It can rewrite, it can even translate easily, and even budget-based choices analysis also can be formed. And client can be easily explain about the running cost on the product based on the preference of material design, their choice. And then commitments gets very faster into this, because whatever they want to have some changes or experiments, it can be fasterly developed and rapidly produced to them. So once it has been produced to them, they want to have complete visualization, and that is what the next generation tool where which was very much costly and which was taking so much time. So that's a new dimension which called the VR, virtual reality, like which is for the even 3D visualizations, and that makes the immersive VR experiences for the people here to visualize their space before it getting constructed. So once it has been constructed, that is then visualizing, then the things are getting clear. But here, before the construction, people come to know what will be the major role, major things will be there into their constructions before it begins, and they can make a proper decisions, informed way. They can choose and prefer their selections of a material and hampering of the cost also. So here, this also another vertical which is there, the called the space planning and optimization. So AI works on this also. How they can like an interior, it can suggest also like how you can add on the what layouts you can prefer, which can look a small room also spacious, and by maintaining the patterns also, usage pattern and their requirement, it optimized the entire designs also, produce the corrections also, and then it can get verified by the lot of the users based on their preferences. So once this tools were used, people can have how they can get the alternatives, and once the alternatives have been found, they they sorry their alternatives will be produced also, so people can have a help to take a decisions into this, and these decisions are well informed to the people, and they can take the call very faster. Next points are, so what our generative AI in the actions, what are the actions called the architectural actions, right? What you are taking the architectural actions, and these architectural actions are what? So first action which is very well known is called a rendering. So we do have a rendering. So this is again AI based rendering. So rendering, what are the types of rendering, which is called the computer aided design rendering. So it can produce the entire projects, their you can say that generate the plans also, right? That way that it generates the entire view also, various angles also. Then Gen AI can also produce based on your sketches, the rough sketches which you have made. It can goes for the rendering, and it can produce the fine-tune image. And we can see, and I'll demonstrate also what will exactly means for. So, and again, whatever is been rendered, which is not clear, so it can enhance also. Now, planning. Second thing is the planning and regulatory confidence, because it does lot of verifications, it does lot of checking with respect to the rules, regulations, and documents. It produces, which is the produce the regulatory confidence that it has worked upon that. And that's why the renovations, the tools which has been used gives a better idea how they can renovate and with the optimal cost. And they can check with the entire process of development and betterly planned activities. So AI does the stage plan, that is the floor plan, entire each and every floor, each and every room layout, it can be produced. Second, their virtual staging also. So at this stage, it will look like that. At this stage, it will look like that. So entire feel of the development can be also produced before that, right? And this AI animations and virtual tours, which help the end users to understand that better. And the last one, which is called the AI, as having the CAD generation. So CAD files, entire files which has been used for the maps and drawings that can be produced and can be submitted also, right? And last one, which is called the inventory and costing. That requires their planning during the construction, during the any phases, the procurement and right time procurement saves lot of cost. The right time material, right quantity identification of the material can help a lot during this. Next to the material, whenever the multiple cycle, it will add on the transportation charge also. And that makes the things very, very costly also certain time because the delivery cost is very high, irrespective of the material, but that may be add on, and because of the warehouse and improper planning. So that is what one related to the just material procurement. But apart from that, there are other things like an calculations of actual areas. So LiDAR sensors and help of the LiDAR sensors and others, and even though the just from the map also it can does a proper area calculations, which does a very impactful also, and actual construction and their calculations will make a lot of role into this. So this helps a lot into the working on a cost. So working on a cost and their computations, right? The various variances are very important. So this also does the variance calculations. So based on the variances, people can identify what are the differences may arises based on the material changes, material differences. And the last one, which is called the project progress monitoring or estimation. So that whenever the project gets started, built up, people can have estimation like that in what durations, what timing should be done, how much labor will be work upon, and how speed can be possible to construct against that environment and atmospheric conditions also. So these are the third, which is called the AI-based inventorying and costing. Then we need to understand next part is what exactly each activity means for. When we say a rendering, it is look at this. As a My Architect AI. So here you can see the AI is in a demonstration. So where you have the house, you can see that here it's called the AI CAD rendering. When you are using the CAD rendering, it can you can have a select that interior type, exterior type. You can select that, and what type of engine you are using. So you want to have a style transfer, you want to have accurate, or you want to have the more clearer, the reality based picture. So random quality, which is are the standard one, which you can use it in future and then make it this more detailed descriptions which can produce this. How does it look like? So this is what look like a residential house which has a horizontal wooden steps, sidings, right? And it has the full size mirror, which is you can say glass based entrances, right? And windows also. So basis on that, this is been generated, and that you can take it as an inspiration. Next point where you can understand what is the sketch rendering. Right, sketch rendering is the you can see that image, that is the manual sketches there. People have draw to the sketches like what type of a design which I want, but then adoption of some style which is there. So they want some reference image which you have taken up. When you have taken this reference images, what happened? This reference image is colored and other things which is to be adapted. When you are talking about this color and other images, this image, you can see that what image has been generated. The image which is being generated is having the adoption. You can see that image which has an adoption. This particular image is exactly generated as a real life photo, real life image. But the color theme has been adapted from this the top side right corner image. So the wooden finished the chairs which is there, then the golden chandeliers you can see, then in the same theme is white. So you can see the dining table with the white, even a platform also. But along with that, the wooden strips, which has been also recognized. So you can see the wooden handles, wooden strips, and you can find that particular adoptions also. And basis on that, it has identified two vessels, which is are also like a golden finish also. So that's where the sketch rendering, it's called a sketch to the render, and you can give a reference also. Next is called the, you have enhancing the rendering. So AI actions into the demonstration, you can see that AI render you can see the raw image which has been built up, which can have a very clear image. Or after that, something which you want to have a change, like and from a sandplaster to there are you are going to have a some tiles on the wall, and you want to also apply the floor, so that has been also been given that you can have enhanced the more results, and you can find you can have a change from reality to again a sketch also, so you can have a lot of modifications you can apply upon that. Okay, next demonstrative image, you can see that it can have a lot of changes like a generation of lot of plants, but what are the changes? They have worked upon the floor plan generation, and the floor plan, it has a lot of options and varieties which you can see. So people have given their criteria and they can find the various entries, various, even though Vastu compliance is also been checked and tested based on that. So you can see concept, various many concepts have been seen and produced here. So the concept, which is you can see how from where the entries are there, where the you can have your hall, where you can have your plan of a kitchen, and variety of the models can be produced based upon the given descriptions, and that's way it can produce the floor plans. So here the floor plans are very important for the basic beginning of the any construction. So it gives an entire layout ideas also, and also make the accessible where there are the entries and exits, or maybe the windows and the lights also. So this is also third designs. So there are maybe a lot of many designs can be produced. So when we produce this many designs, people get a lot of idea, understanding about the designs and the what sort of things can be generated, what at the end results will be there. So rather than wasting time, this can be given into the minute only. So in this case, we can generate a lot of floor plans. Okay. And now which is called the virtual staging. So now you can see that partial stage is being generated over here. So whenever the construction gets completed, you can feel, you can see that this type of room will appear. Now you want to have the enhancements. So this enhancement, you can see the complete images, which includes the accessories also in the room, like a sofa, table, and chairs. You can see the dining table. You can see the sofa, layered fabric on the sofa. Everything you can see. Okay. Now, next, which is called the furniture. So it also put up and make you accessible with the variety of furniture. You can change the chair layouts, and that also you can design by the prompt. So here you can see the screen, how it works. You can write there a lot of the prompts, and you can prefer what type of style and size will be there. For the even these particular older things are also useful because it can be helpful base for a generation, and those nearby informations, it will be collected and then it can be processed. So basis upon that, we can add upon the reference image and styles, and similar way it can work. So under these practices, people create a lot of layouts for this is the more for the important for the interior expectations. So there are many tools, not only this one. It is not only limited to this. So Gen AI is a very based on specialization. There are several tools are there, which is for the fine tune and made for the architect only, or architecture relevant interior designs only. So whenever they are preparing these tools, right? So you can see the tools like Delhi, Autodesk, Forma, Zillow AI, Mid Journey, My Architect AI, Finch 3D, Spacemaker, right? These eight tools are what? Finch 3D, Spacemakers is for space optimization. The tool like My Architecture AI is specifically, you have seen couple of images, which is layout of that. Similar way, LookX, how it will be visually appear into it, the LookX AI, and it has also one more thing which is called the Room GPT. The Room GPT, which is specifically the fine tune and for the room and room related. Same way the interior and in space AI, which can have also focus from where you want to see. The basis on the image, it can produce the view, and that will be a more fruitful. So you can, for if you are doing renovations and something, you can have a room reimaging, room sketchers, and again more if you are doing from the based, so you can use also multi-purpose tool is a planner finding. Other specialized tools like a playground, fabric, floor plan, CAD AI, and Kriya. So they are also specifically tuned for that. Let's understand very most popular, or you can say the most best tool available is called for the generations of an image also. So that is one which is well called the Mid Journey. The most advanced tool AI related for the architectures and design on the market, which is very invaluable, and in the early conceptualization of the phase of the projects it should be used. So it's very advanced tools and for the architects and designs also on the market, and invaluable, right? You can create and conceptualize entire project based upon that. Another which is called the Kriya AI, which is like a multi-purpose design app, which like can prefer to generate the rendered. So rendering is a key issue over here, and this architect generated rendering engine works, and from the basic floor plan, it can generate, uses the only text prompts, and you can supply the images and create the even actual animations also to understand it in a proper manner. Next is called the model, which is named as Delhi. It's again OpenAI's text to image AI models. It does not have architecture specific customization settings for the editing features like the mentioned AI tools. and image generations capabilities are but very good enough for exploring the different exterior designs and concepts in a early into the process. Right. So you can customization is very difficult into that, but you may edit based on the prompts, which is for the early stage understanding and clearance. It has very good capability, so you can explore it also for the various different exterior design concepts. Variety of presets and filters are there, which has been used into the playground, which is very much you can say that specifically made for the purpose. So where you can have a variety of presets and the filters which has been used. Lot of references relevant to the designs and that you can access it. Also, it has a various database which is accessible. So you can say that you can mix also. You can have a they have a capability of that you want the from one design you want to adapt a few things and from another design you want to adapt that playground can make it possible and that kind of in a feature it does have. So for the early stage adoptions and quicker making a decisions and even though finding out the hybrid themes and others, the playground does help us a lot. And that tools can be more for the end users to understand various themes and their effects also over the daylights and night lights also. So that is very good tools. Now let's go ahead with the very effective tool for the architects itself. That's called the Fabric, and which is very collaborative and a versatile app for the kinds of all designers and architects because they can collaborate to their work and designs and again with the support of AI. So they can work on a bigger projects, larger projects where it has a lot of you can say that all kinds of designs and architects will be there. So it can edit them with the fabrics, right? And built-in tools such as AI enhancer, upscalers. You can have a style editors and more. So these type of fabrics which is like an workout to make the architects more productive. Once they use those things it becomes like a very routine fast generation capability based on this gen AI power. It can produces very large upscaling things and we can have a lot of styles which can edit into it. Once it's not only limited to that, but many other things can be become very fasterly adaptable to them. And now get the floor plan. This is the tool which creates the realistic 2D, 3D floor plans and prepare the entire building and other visualization ready for the usage of that. So visualization is actually based upon the right jpg png and pdf sketches and it can be rendered it faster develop it entire floor to the actual room and their considering of the till the interior. So from the construction itself to the interior it can produce. And one more the last thing which is very important which is called the VR mode creation. So whatever the immersive experiences are there it can produce in the less than 24 hours because this generation is very taking so much cost so much into it. So this produces the creative immersive virtual tools into the 24 hours. So this is what the important tools which can generate very fast related to the architectures. Now let's understand some live demonstration. Before the going to the live demonstration and test cases, I would like to ask you people that what are they your understanding till now? What is your expectation to understand this topic? Right. Can anyone share if you have any doubt up to this? Anything would you like to ask to this particular field related to that? Because now I'm going to show some demonstration, and before the demonstration, if I can come to know, that would be much helpful. Hi, anyone can share their views and any questions up to that. So if it is there, you can put into the question answer prompt. Yes, all laws and regulations will be depend upon the context. Absolutely right. But when you can see the location and based on the location, based on that, it can search from the wide data sets and that country and the states and basis on that, these models are done. Humans are not been trained for all the regulations, wides the laws for that. But GenAI, which are been trained for that, and certain tools are made and customized fine-tuned for that. So here the compliances with the all laws and regulations will be based on the context also, but it can be supportive guiding to the any individuals who can have some basic information that I live in this survey number, I live in this plot number, I live in this town planning number, and or my plot and my land is on this. So what type of construction permissions are there? It can be easily informed based on the rules and regulations of the particular state, zone, and category also. So that's also we can figure it out. You can see I'll share my screen and we will start with the first experiment of this with the co-pilot. So let us see this. I have my screen is shared, but let's understand. First of all, there is a co-pilot. So I'll open a co-pilot here and let's experiment that with the co-pilot. So once the co-pilot, we ask few things. Right, co-pilots, okay, it is opening. Yeah. So I think, can you see the co-pilot screen? Yes. Okay, and I have some files, so I can upload those files, right? Some floor plans. So I'll just upload one floor plan, and it will let me know the what are the things will be there as per the permissions, what can be done, right? Based on this particular. So if I have my floor plan, say I have one floor plan which is there, I'm going to upload this. Okay. So first of all, I'll show you this also. So you'll understand what it is. So I'll first open for your knowledge. What is this is plan, right? And this is what related to that. And let's check with that whether this is what you can understand from that, what it understand. Okay, we will you can see this. Okay, so let's first apply this to, this is the design which is there. Okay, and let's supply this to be one which is to the input. Okay, can you demo what is there, explain into that so we can ask, can you explain me the plan? Okay, so this is the one design which I had uploaded, and yes, it's a my floor plan. You can read this. So yes, it's a technical drawing, toilet oblique bathroom layout on the first floor. Right, it has wall, panel, fixtures, dimensions into the text, inches. Right, the ABCD are the section marker reference of the walls. Numbers, which is like there, it is an element, which is like you can see the dimensions, length of a wall, partition, fixture spacings, and panel drops, which is this here. You can see this refers to the fall ceiling drop, right? Lighting drop, panel, partition panel, decorative wall panel, right? It is what the shorthand for the toilet fixtures and accessories also, right? You can see the could mean for the concealed fitting, and it is the inlet outlet points, right? Drop light points. Now, uh, let's check. Let's check because the this in this the fitment, the wall fixtures, right? So this is the sketch, which is simplified diagram, which it can also generate. Now let's ask, is this dimensions are the dimensions which is used are shown valid as per the local municipal corporation construction rules and compliances. Okay, so when we see these things, compliances at, let's take a Margao, Goa. And this is, yes, Goa Building Rules 2019 Master Margao license conditions, which specifies the minimum room size, ventilation, and setback requirements. To validate the compliances, the plan must cross-check against the approved building license issued by the council. Okay, so what are the rules says in this Margao? It has to be this 1.2 into 1.0 square meter. That is the 4 by 3 for the water closets, bathroom with the shorter shower area, which typically would be this, and combined will be this. And comparing to the plan comparison, what you need to do, check this license also, and conclusion is also there. It appears dimensionally valid, and since it is exceeds the minimum requirements, so final compliance is again depend. So this gives a disclaimer, but it checks. So summarizing the Goa building rules for the toilets and bathrooms, it has identified very well that plan belongs to the toilet, washroom, bathroom, right? And it has checked. So this is what the small demonstration which I have presented in front of you. Now we will look at this another one. Next, what are the some presets demonstrations which I have made, which is I have also used the chat GPT for that. It's an generation of an house-based given design into the attached file. So similar way, the design file of the house which has been attached already. And basis on that, it is asked. So you can see that here the plan, elevation plan has been uploaded and it has generated the real view of the house, right? Generate the real view of the house based on the given design into the attached file and make it isometric view. So you can see that. Now they want to also edit this. So I have said, can I have options without the slow proof? And you can find the new image immediately. Okay, right. Can we add on the wall fencing to the house with the wooden planks, or you can say simply please add. Okay, you can do that, please add, or you can say add on to the image. The image. You can see that it gets preparing the image. It will take some minutes of time, but it gives the image which is with the fencing also. So this kind of a things which is you can see it can have a best effective way you can create the things. Okay, we will have another demonstrations, right? You can see that modern isometric house rendering which is started. And once it has been, you can see the image is getting clear with it. So meanwhile, let me discuss few other points. Also on a slide, what other example will be there? The door design, which is called the actual door design related to from some idea to the reality. We can find the exactly the what door we are looking for. So you can see meanwhile, let me create on another tab. So this demo, which you can we will create with this. Yeah, you can see that the rough sketch I had given. You can see it here. And I said that convert this door design to the actual door photo. And it has asked like what type of drawing, right? You want a wooden texture or metallic finish or any other specific material on the door. Okay. Then, and colors also. So I said prefer to have a wooden texture as a shade like an American walnut shade. Okay. And see the house is ready. You can see that wooden based entry. You can see that entire is been created into here. Okay. Next images, which is there 1 minute. Huh? So you have seen these things, okay, and now you can see over here. So next door design photo, you can see that next what the door, which is then the image is been say generated. You can see the American walnut shade door is been created here. The door design rendered with the American walnut textures, and you can see that this has been generated. Now we want any changes, so we have changed the American walnut to awkward shade. So this awkward shade is been generated, and into this it is the shaded. You can find it out. It is the perfect shade which was desired for that, and then people got to the food for the particular options which they were looking for. Next options we can see that detailed description preparations are there. So detailed description related to that you can have seen just right now uploading this particular same way the is given. So we have convert to the actual image. It has created another design into that. Right. We again try with the required awkward shade and on the applied on the door. So same image will be as a laminate. It can generate the door which was there with the tiles also. So we want to exactly look into the door and with this with the laminated shade and that actual room with the Avira Bianco awkward shade. So when it has been prepared, you can see that the tiles also been on the floor and the wall it has been applied. Right, and this combinations, how does it look like? And that it has been created onto that living room and door and bedroom. So this you can see this is very spacious, bright appearance will be there if Avira Bianco and light Avira Bianco and with their light and clean look reflect with the natural and artificial artificial light will be required, making the space feel larger and more open and warmth and elegance. So the awkward door adds the warmth and natural timeless touch that completes the modern brightness with the of the tiles. So again, this is aesthetic for the living room. Same way for the bedroom, what it can produce, it's like an oak shade which adds the warmth and coziness and relaxing these ambiences. So it gives easy pairing and it also gives the verdict what is there. Okay. Now the layout of the bedroom which can be discussed, same way the description which has been given and we had discussed and created the layout. Same way you can see the layout which is there and the details had been fetched up and the features has been extracted. Now we have applied to that what we want, sliding door, exactly the laminated windows and laminated wood which has been discussed and with the same tiles and how it looks like. So we can have exactly called the image and image gets generated. Now you can see that how exactly it looks like a perfect image based upon the given plan. Some but still some corrections were required as per the plan. So the things has been revised. You can see the corrections based on the again some feedback points have been considered and the size also. So that has added the images. So this image you can see this has been added into it. So now it has been made completely with the again TV unit. You can compare here the TV unit has been mentioned. Then the still some directions are there, but still you can improve upon that. This is because of the OpenAI. ChatGPT is very preliminary, but still it can do certain good image generations also. Now we can see the another one, the doubt resolution, which is relevant with the people do have a lot of doubt related to the various questions do they have. So I had tried with the pressure pump usages and water filter installation and how to arrange those things. So it has using the pressure water and filtration because the expectation is that entire house will get a filtered water. So this filtered water will be also to be maintained with the pressure because a lot of filtered water we can reduce the pressure. Right. So what happens that the water level into the source tank is being made into the inlet of the water. And this depends. So if the gravity related issues, then what they can it also produce the recommendations. So we need to relocate the tank and filters basis upon the guidance and lot of directions will be produced. So same way you can check another which is like in 3D view generations through the CAD files also. So we applied the wardrobe design queries and questions with the details. You can see that the rough sketch has been added and based on that, the entire explanation has been given what sort of things to be applied. And you can see the image has been created and we can again revise based on the shade and color combinations. And this is what the exactly the required one. So you can have entire details also and based on the needs you can find and adopt from that. Same way from the another sketch, just sketch is be reformed into that and then get another design which is having, which is exactly can be implementable very easily and that can give a better idea of also it takes a very minute details like a reflections also. Right. So you can see this generations also and the another you can use the prompt through a local languages or local language based you can use. So this is what the text which has been image which has been given into the text Gujarati and you can see the prompt also. It can also produce the proper image and proper layout based on the Gujarati text also. So this has become the even local vernacular acceptance to this generations also you can see. Now we can see the last new prompts is that you can finish this real schematic diagrams or based on that you can generate the reverse also. So you can see here also some prompts which has been applied from the realistic images. We want the schematic diagram and then it has been adapted with the properly front look appearing and with the particular shaded tiles and views also. And along them the various door designs which has been from the informal door to the or we can say the design level or actual level and then we are getting the perfect view which we can be actually adapted and how does it look for. So various options can be applied even applying with the grills also you can see that. Then add on that look with the again with the another tools, you can get the backlight effects also. So these are the various tools. You can see that same thing which we had worked upon. So I'll explore that, not other similar kind of example, but again the Vastu compliances for the using the Copilot. You can see that. So that similar way it has been asked, like as per the Vastu northeast corner and that plot for the washing machine put up is suitable or not, and that washing machine would be, so it also really, and I have tested and checked with the verified with the practitioner also, and I can find out the 80% appropriate answer which we have received. So this is what the things which has been used by the various prompts. You can have, again I had a demonstrate, I have tried with the perplexity, same thing, same input, and I have found some other different results also. So again you can see that various options you can find and figure out. So another options which you can see from the another tool, perplexity, and so save the image of the entrance door which has been added, and it has produced a very fine design which has the appeal. So a lot of other options also been explored. I am just taking it and quick round of view to that. So you can understand how it can produce the whatever based on the requirement also. So we can see that now you can see another examples are also there. You can use AI, another tool which is called AI Market, which is very good for all regulatory compliances, even though, and it produce the informed decisions and integrate with the workflow, right? And you can produce this. So this is what going for the end-to-end planning, like in floor generations to the residential and other compliances, and it has very good assistance also for the designs, right? Regulatory assistance. So this is where the tool which is very well fine-tuned for the architecture compliances. Then the AI related to the furniture and all this. This is the My Architect AI. You can explore various tools, generations, images. Here you can type. It works very free for the architecture level generations. And you can use again Spacely AI, which can again helpful. So it has the exterior air rendering, realistic rendering. So this is very rendered specifically for your entire space to for your transformation. You can work upon it. So that's called the Spacely AI. Another one which you can use the room for the room planning. You can have a complete experience which is called a Planner 5D, which can again create your flow design and every aspects you can do it very easily. Like you can draw the walls and then you can find out with the entire development also into this. So it can also produce the 3D view, and you can find and add on the rest of the activities like put up the furnitures. You can see that, and it can produce the 3D view. So it can find out how exactly it will look and appear. Right. So visualizing the right results and into this. Okay. You can find over here a lot of camera views and other mood board creations. All this are possibles, and you can also generate to the viewing also. Now you can see the room GPT, which can improvise your rooms. You can see that personalized room and before after, so it can make it helpful for the modern room creations, like this transformations also from your existing room to the real room. Next, I can say room planner. So you can use this AI room planner for better again how you want to organize the. So this is what the actual image you can have a suggestion for the better transformation, how you can change and re-render the actual look to the reality. So this is what you have to take care during this various tools options are there. Sketches you can use and generate all these options to the 3D plan, and you can calculate the total area. You can work upon that replacement of materials also and how you can calculate. So this is the room sketcher. Now we could move further. You can use a better prompt and you can easily regenerate, but you do not use too much lengthy statements and use a proper precise words, right? And add more specific details because it is for the architectural and design perspective. The specification clarity is must required, right? And you need to use this particular detailing, like a scene type, which can be a specifically residential, coffee shop, or any office, etc., etc. Then the what you want exactly, clear and sketch, and then what kind of a style, architecture style, then the mood of the entire design which you want, then color theme based on that, material details, the textures which you want, colors, lighting. These are very essential parts into that, and you can have a landscapes and weathers into that, and again the camera settings and also. So that is very helpful for the higher creativity and much helpful for the time savingness. It can reduce the lot of cost because it's this tool does not cost much, and others for the practical people do cost a lot. So it's again that way very cost saving, and you can render it with the better model, which is very unparalleled with the traditional approaches. But the future will be like an issues of a copyright, intellectual property, ethical use of this, and bias into the output, and the authenticity of that execution. But still, for the larger projects like in smart city, personalizations, and these are the very opportunity area for the early stage faster visualization. Okay, right. Fine. And lastly, understood the challenges where it works upon. It's very important that it will have a data privacy concerns, because we can adapt from anyone, and once we adapt from anyone, so it will trust and adoptions will be very much issues into the later on, and intellectual property will comes into the a lot of grievances is fine. It is appropriate into that. Next, and another one which is integration will be definitely much helpful because it produces very faster and meaningful. But people need to train to adapt new trends, and we need to balance this automation and creativity. That's only the things. And in future, it will increase. AI collaboration will definitely increase because it makes a faster and involvement of a customer right from the beginning. And expansion of these AI applications. Right, this will be more analytic because people will train with more data, and that will become more powerful. So this AI-driven market space will also emerge. People will take in digital help also rather than for the personalization, or they can get also various, and various agencies will also do a cross check. So maker checker mechanism can easily fasterly implemented into that. So it has very much highly potentials, and people need to take all those who are in industry whether or how do they have to adapt, because for the long term success it is required, and they have to invest into their training and resources into that. A lot of potential as people can see into the field of creativity and personalizations. So in real estate, it is still in ongoing, but people, stakeholders have identified, and they will be adopt this change very fast. Okay, fine. That's conclusion from my end. Any questions and any queries are there from your end? I'm open for this. So as I have 1 or 2 minutes for that, and then next session is on board. So hope you have any queries or questions. Please feel free to ask. Yes, data sets are available, so you can use some of the data sets. And today's is very informative. So I had covered up the session in a form of how the public tools are available, or you can say free AI tools are available, but where are the various data sets based on the this is available, but they are for practically, or you can say if you are a computer science person and you want to explore something, for that you have to collect a lot of data sets. Not a single data set is available. Like it has a lot of data sets, but you have to collect of the various segments, like in compliance is related, different Indian data set is different, then certain continental their data set is different, and that is not available again publicly. So they have to comprise and drag it from the web crawling, and then it can be done. Okay, yes, what job opportunities for the young engineers to using ChatGPT for the design? ChatGPT is having right now very limitations, I can say, but there are very people have trained their own fine-tuned models with the specific concerned domains. So this can be explored if they are very good prompt in writing. They can have a little transitions from the understanding of an they can be act very good bridge from the actual designer to the end users. Thank you everyone. Okay, and I hope Dr. Mahesh, I would have answered your. It's yet preliminary. Yeah, how to validate data sets related to the civil field? Yes, sir. Revit is also there, and Revit related IT tools are, but it is paid, so I could not demonstrated that. So these data sets are available, and that is what it can comply. Initially, you might have seen I have checked with the plan as per the Goa Margao Municipal Corporation. So that is possible through the Chat GPT. This type of compliance checking also, but yet it is not fully assured. But it has a lot of data sets. So like in Margao, like in tier 3, 4 level city, it can also check. It has for the all bigger cities and compliances are available. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for liking my presentations and everything. So now it's say it's a time to get. Yes, it is available. Presentations by the team members. It will be available. So thank you, everyone. Nilesh Poker, my Dr. Mahesh, Dr. Anand. Vijayalakshmi, everyone for good interactions. Madhuri Rao, everyone. The Kanan, okay. Dr. Preeti Gajanan, Nilesh Borkar. Thank you, everyone, for all these nice interactions. Over to the Future Skill Prime team, Kamna. Or maybe it's time. Yeah, it's time. So maybe the next expert, Srijit. Hi, Srijit, if you are here, please take on.
Yeah, hi Harshal.
Yeah.
Great, great. I've been listening to you, Harshal, and I'm
Oh,
going to
no,
go through the YouTube link as well. Pleasure.
it's
And
to me too also. Yeah, we are from different vertical, but still we are exploring the again not our parent domain. You can say that.
of
Yes,
course,
exploration
and
is very good. Yeah,
howsoever it is good for the faculty development program attendees, it is the same for us as well because we also get to
yeah,
interact and see a lot of perspectives
definitely.
coming up in this sector.
True, true.
Yeah. So thank
Yeah,
you,
I
Harshal.
think
I'll take over from
definitely. Yeah,
here. So
sure. I'm leaving right now. Let's just
sure, sure,
regards to the Kamna. Fine.
sure. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Harshal.
mm,
Have a great day.
sure.
So I'll start now. So hi everybody. So this is Srijit. Uh, some of you might have interacted with me in one of the sections previously, 2 days back. Otherwise, let me introduce myself for those with whom I have not interacted yet. I'm Srijit. I'm a development sector professional with an engineering background from NIT Bhopal. Presently, I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for something called Foresight Foundation that is working with IIT Delhi for a program that we are hosting for Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And we look at how innovation, technology, AI, everything can be brought into the development sector. There can be a technology transfer that leads to the benefit of the masses. That is something that I am involved with. So, and yeah, I'll just now start sharing the PPT so that we can, since I'll be making it interactive and looking at hands-on, I'll be sharing the screen only instead of the PPT. I'll be toggling in between both. So yeah, today's session that I'll be taking is on the language translation, resume writing, and focus on LinkedIn. So that are the two sections I have divided into. One is the resume aspect, and second is the LinkedIn. So I'll start the session again asking why do we need to stay updated on resumes and LinkedIn, especially in the new age where AI has now started playing a prominent part. So, say different aspects for which, as faculties, we are supposed to be more engaging towards these updates. One is for students' employability. So, as faculties, we are the people who are the first base for the students to connect to the industries. We are the first base as mentors who can guide students exactly what to do. We would be one of the first who would be seeing the first resume that the student is making, or having the first discussion on the aspirational career growth goals that the student has. And hence, the first, obviously, way the first suggestion goes, that would be from our side as well. So here, AI powered resume writing is something that improves students' placement opportunities as of now. It helps them connect to the right kind of industries. So that is why we can play a very crucial role, spending very little time and focusing on leveraging technology. Another aspect is that for professional branding, say now the new age, when a student starts with a university or a college, the course is allocated. The Everybody now starts with going to the LinkedIn pages of the professors and faculties, looking at the kind of articles that they have written, maybe looking at the top 20 things, that articles that the faculty has written. They themselves make mind today, those who are very aggressively looking at what to learn. So they themselves have conversation starters already prepared, all looking at the kind of branding that the faculty has provided, the kind of data that the faculty has provided of themselves. So LinkedIn is one something that gives you that leverage. It also helps you to connect to the industry. It also helps you collaborate for research papers, not only at a national level, but more so for an international base. There are a lot of things happening, and say many people in individual states, say a lot of technology transfer innovations for a particular endemic tribe or a particular geographic location that has some specialities happening, and people from international level might be looking for somebody who is based out of that particular place of interest, and genuinely would be happy to see your profile in LinkedIn and connect with you. That opportunity might be denied or going to somebody in a tier 2 city instead of coming to a tier 2 or tier 3 city. It would be going to tier 1 city persons, just because they are the people who maintain the branding aspects better, or have the access to the first connect better. So that is one aspect that you can look at. And when you have those branding aspects in place as a leader, some of the faculty would be leading the entire team of faculty members. For them, if they are ensuring that everybody's the branding aspects is taken care of, industry connects of the faculty is there, obviously it will bring in better industry connects, better placements, better opportunities for hands-on training for industry experts coming to the colleges and delivering lectures, that overall increases the institutional visibility as well. And of course, for keeping pace with AI and industry tools, because on a day-to-day level, new things, new technologies keep coming, and that gives the edge to any organization, any university, irrespective of where they are placed out of. If they are technologically adapted, and keeping on upgrading with the new initiatives. So that way also it helps, an overall life career growth is something that helps. Lot of consultancy opportunities are now coming, lot of research fundings are coming, institutional collaborations are happening at a tier 2 tier 3 level. And mostly people from south are more aware. So I interact with a lot of people. I have seen down south, a lot of tier 2 tier 3 city colleges, universities getting those funds, just because the technology adoption has been a bit more there. So those are the aspects for which we should be focusing on, resumes, LinkedIn. So then I'll just straight away come to what makes a good resume. So, however, I'll just look if somebody has any specific takeaway in place that they would like me to focus upon in this session. Okay, somebody had said, "Hi Nilesh ji, Mahesh ji, Nisha ji, hello to everybody." And if any particular takeaways that you are looking at, I can include that as well over the next 1.5 hours. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Nothing. I'll just go with the flow in that case. So I'm giving you an example of how a good resume looks these days and where the challenges are when you're looking at the students or the faculty members, even their resumes being placed. So on the left is a ideal resume format that goes these days. Um, a plain, simple picture, all the details in place, the name, addresses, and everything. Then there comes sections. Sections with summaries, work experience, education, additional information, everything mentioned. So while you look at this, it is the primal most thing that you will see is that can you glance within 10 seconds on a resume? Why that is required is that whenever there is a, say, consider the perspective of a human resource person, a junior level person who might be holding in their hands around 10 to 100 resumes, of which they, in the next 1 hour, is supposed to submit top 10 resumes to their senior management. So they are going to just glance through much of the same and look at the best resumes and forward. So that is how it happens if it is a manual thing. And even these days, it's not even manual anymore. Latest data says that almost 80 to 90% of the companies, the bestest of companies, have started using application tracking systems. ATS, we say, that is an automated software to filter out all the resumes. I'll come to that details soon. But if everybody is using automated systems, it becomes very tough for a very good person with average resume to get selected in the top 10 resumes even. So that is why clear, simple layouts with all the details should be mentioned. The resume should be 1 to 2 pages, consistent fonts, particularly for a person who's starting their career. Absolutely important. Maybe 1 page is enough because work experience wise there would be limited. That needs to be reflected a bit less. Work experience, volunteering, and things like that would be something that goes. One very crucial aspect that a lot of people does some mistake is having not having uh, a professional summary. So this is one mistake that even I started. So while I started 22, 23 years back, uh, I had somebody make my resume. I spent around 500 something rupees and waited for 2 to 3 days to get a resume, a proper colored resume in place. And before that, even I had a challenge getting interview calls, but post that, I could see there was a benefit and well invested 500 bucks at that particular time, I believe. But yet it took a bit of time. But now I'm reflecting back, it says objective. My objective is the aspiration that I want. I want to do the bestest of work. I want looking at a place where that enables me. So that doesn't matter. What matters is the professional summary. There might be a certain job and the professional summary why I as a person has been it should be looked as a person who needs to be selected. So that professional summary aspect is something that should come instead of a objective. So one of the number one mistakes that a person normally makes. Then using action verbs is something that is absolutely required. So say if you are using something like I have led a team of 20 students for a particular initiative we took over, or led a team of 5 members for an industry initiative that we did, or I worked for 2 months where I led 3 or 4 people, or say I coordinated X aspect, I met or liaisoned with 3 or 4 different stakeholders. I improved X things that led to efficiency. I achieved these things. So those are the action verbs that should be visible when job experience wise details are being shared. leadership position, it should also always look at uh, that leading aspect, or how the overall ecosystem has benefited, has gained value through the actionable initiatives that you have done. And these actionable items, how they are converted into numbers, is the next aspect that needs to be focused upon. That would be like I improved I focused on efficiency and improved X process through SOPs. That led to reduction of errors by 25%, or that led to increased efficiency by 15%. So those aspects needs to be mentioned. It also needs to ensure that the it is every resume is tailored to the job description. That is another mistake that we all make. So if somebody is willing to respond, okay, more academic people perspective. So that I'll be looking at Vijay Lakshmi ji. Thank you. So one aspect that I have seen everybody making a mistake, and even I would like to hear from somebody who would like to contribute. Um, how many of us has done the mistake of using the same resume to apply to 10 or 15 jobs? Most common mistake, I believe at least 99% of us would have done that at the onset of their careers. At least 80% would be doing it even now, using the same resume, whichever opportunity comes in, sharing the same resume. So always a resume needs to be basic, you need to keep it with yourself, but a job description tailored resume is something that goes with each of the job application these days, because it is a ATS related aspect. So it needs to be ATS friendly. That's why it also needs to ensure that 6 to 8 focus skills are mentioned. There is no spelling or grammar errors, and it needs to be authentic, concise, and achievement driven. So these are the aspects that we need to focus upon. So now I'll come to what kind of tools are available and how ChatGPT can help you with that. So before I move to ChatGPT, I'll just focus on the right kind of tools that have come up these days. Um, Generative AI models, those have become the go-to as of now. But say 6 months back, till 6 months back, before say Gemini Model 3 had come in, or ChatGPT Model 5 had come in, still certain tools used to be better than using ChatGPT or Gemini. Tools like AI Resume Builder, Resi, those are the aspects that I have mentioned here. There are 12 tools I have mentioned. So Resi is something that I very frequently had been using. Kick Resume is something that I have been using. So each of this has a particular aspect that you would be looking at, you would be appreciating. You can, I'll be sharing the PPT with you. You don't need to note anything. But you can look at how some of this works. I'll just shift to, so I also wanted to share something like this. Critical component of resume is how many skill sets that you have acquired. This is something that I finished just 3 4 days back. It's the digital application fundamentals. So get all these kind of certificates as well. I just wanted to share it with you. So Kick Resume, I'll cover. For a basic online tool, almost all the tools will do the same things, like it will help you generate account. So I need to log in. So since I will be mostly, I or as faculty, you would be helping somebody understand how to use it. It won't be possible for you to every time use your own uh, email to log in. What happens is that you can use your login to create 1 or 2 free resumes, and then it closes the window. So what you can do in such cases is that there's something called temporary email ID. Any temp mail option you can use. That is common for any of these 12 uh, resume sites that I mentioned. Use anything and you can create one or two resumes or give the students an example of how they should be doing it. So here there is a, I'm going to any of the websites, copying some email ID. I'll take that and I'll come here, sign up, use an email, enter the mail that I have signed up, enter a password that I want and register. So here within the temp mail, a particular email confirmation will come up. I hope I am audible. I can see that my there is a delay in the internet speed, I believe. I hope I am audible to everyone. Okay, so the email will come and I'll start with it. So what I can do meanwhile is that I'll just use my own one of the I keep a spare email ID for such instances. So I've logged in with something you can use template your own CV, and you can just go and upload one of the documents of your own, your cover letters, websites, anything that you want. You can make here. You can just create, say, create new resume. You can select one of the templates. So as I mentioned, one of the templates, here you can see a lot of templates. You can select one of the templates and then manually title, name, and everything, starting from this to addresses, everything you can write in here. And then additional fields, whatever it is required, you can start populating one by one here. The good thing is that it comes with the AI writer. So what all you want, you can add section by section, work experiences. So work experience, you can add the company and I can say here that I worked for 6 months as Java developer. So generate content for the same. Job title. So instead, it will give me what all I have done. I can add that. And similarly, section by section, I can add everything here. So what happens on the left side, you can see what all I'll start filling. It will keep on populating it. So this is how you can make a generate. I won't go with detail, lot to be covered in this session. So this is how one can create a particular resume using Kick Resume or some of one of these initiatives. The advantage, another advantage that we have while we use something like this is that it also comes with lot of, say I'll just open this. So there are ATS related options available. It's not visible as of now. So maybe the interface has changed. So there is a lot of ATS. Once you create your resume, it is also possible to scan it if it is good enough for a ATS to cover certain aspects. So those are the aspects that you can see. But howsoever, these are paid aspects, and now ChatGPT is doing a better job. So I'll now switch to ChatGPT and share you how, without spending money or anything, you can do the same job easily. Before that, certain aspects as well, building sections are efficiently. So that is something that I need to take you through before I go to something else. By sections, I mean, say, let's start with a picture. Very essential that picture should be neat. It should be something where a professional appearance comes in. So normally for a student, somebody can be having a student selfie. So something like this. If a person, and genuinely I have seen students submitting something like this. So what you can do if some student, what you can suggest to some student is that even if they can't afford going to a studio, if they can just go to Nano Banana, paste their selfies and say, create a corporate headshot of this person. You can also go into details like blue suit, white shirt, or you can just close with create a corporate headshot. Either ways, what it will do is that, and you can basically choose the fast model, choose the create image aspect, and it will ensure that it is creating a corporate headshot for you. This headshot you can then use and populate your resumes. So that while it is created, I'll just shift to. So that's how you can ensure that a picture, a proper picture is created. See, this is the corporate headshot of that person that has been created. So I can just from here only, I can copy the same, bring it in here and change. That easy. I'm just giving you an example. So this is how easy it is. Even with a student selfie, somebody can have a formal at a picture in place. Apart from the picture, certain aspects that you are giving in terms of phone number, proper phone number should be there with country code that is ideal, internationally acceptable. Address aspect is something very tricky. So, for a student who's appearing campus placements, all the companies are very much aware that they are coming to a tier 2, tier 3 city and hiring from there. That's okay. But say a student is not selected in one of those campus placements, might be going to a tier 1 city to look for a job opportunity. It is advisable to give a say somebody from my town of Bhopal is looking at a job opportunity in Delhi. Always advisable to opt for a address in Delhi. It can be my friends, relatives, whosoever's address. Opt for a address in Delhi if you want to get a job in Delhi. If you want to get when within Delhi, Delhi is a larger Delhi NCR is a larger geographical area. If you want a job in Gurugram, ensure that you are giving a address of Gurugram or ensure that you are giving a address of Noida. The reason I'll tell you that the applicant tracking system, if they have 100 plus resumes, it will ensure that the bestest resumes and the ones who are very near to the office, those are the ones which will be getting the priority. Why so is because the companies don't need to pay for the shifting, and the companies also can be assured that no matter what, the person would be arriving on time. So it is always preferred. So somebody who is shifting to a larger town, always advisable to give some local addresses there. Email is another aspect. say hello at the rate really great site.com. That is something is a sample. It is mentioned, but I have seen very unprofessional sort of email IDs says something like I remember one of the friends of mine had say 20-25 years back. He just started with emails and everything. His passion was to ride bikes, but got selected in one of the international organizations interview. That time email was not relevant. Last impression went bad for him because the email when asked for, the only email that he had was biker boy Ashish. So very, very unprofessional. So that is something that needs to be taken care of. So whenever that sort of instance comes, please ensure that the student has a very professional looking, something that goes with name. And the latest trend is even you can avoid the surnames within the email ID. Go for a combination of numbers and name or something. Then the website, if website or LinkedIn ID. LinkedIn ID is something websites not every starter has, but yeah, always advisable to have a LinkedIn ID and a lot more added to the LinkedIn ID and shared. Then comes the summary. So summary and other aspects how you can generate. Say, I'll come back to, I'll use ChatGPT in this instance. Mostly people are added with this. Uh, Again, the role, context, and task aspect I mentioned previously. So assume you are an expert with resume writing. I am a fresh graduate engineer looking for a opportunity as a Java developer. Please help me write a professional summary. Something like this. It will help with the interactions that can. So here it is giving a first level aspect. What all I have covered is mentioned. Say the first one is very motivated, detail oriented. This is almost like objective. What exactly is wanted. Avoid such initiatives, such summaries. So with expertise. So entry level Java developer. What exactly I am? What is the skill sets that I am? What is the experience that I am? And I'm a quick learner and strong problem solving, having a strong problem solving mindset, and work collaboratively in agile teams. Very, say, meaningfully done. So you can copy something like this and come back. So you can work on summaries like this. So post summary, another section, say, impactful bio is something that I just shared. Job description is something that I will come to. Common pitfalls like using uh, selfies as pictures, not using the right kind of email IDs, not using the right kind of addresses. Those are the common pitfalls. Not having a section on professional summary, but on objective. So please edit out all those pitfalls. So one of the last aspects that I just wanted to share for this particular section would be that while a fresher would be looking at education and work experience both. Education is something that from the latest, if the person is engineering to the backward, that goes as a standard. Experience wise, there are certain hacks for people who say fresh students who have not been that much active. It's a first experience for them and they don't have much to add on to the work experience aspect. So here two things are very important, work experience and volunteering. For a fresher, these two aspects, how much the person has volunteered as a student volunteer, what kind of exposure that person got by volunteering, what kind of exposure that person got from certain work experiences. Now, what is the way for a student to get some work experience? So any contribution on chat if somebody has? So most probably would be that they can do an internship, 2 or 3 months. That provision is available for a certain aspect, or otherwise during the semester breaks they can go and intern somewhere. Apart from that, there is also one opportunity that comes from. Actually, there are two. While I'll start with, say, search for student volunteering websites. So there are so many. Do something is something. United Nations volunteering is something. Be My Eyes. So what exactly action without borders? Learn to be. So there are so many of the student volunteering options available. These at a national level, international level, it's available. Teach for India, wonderful, but you need to have a commitment of a few months. I volunteering is something. AI ISEC has some good options available. So you should promote your students also to look at some volunteering initiatives to make those richer resumes. And for somebody at a senior level, 5 7 years, 2 decades, every time volunteering is something that helps. One of the recent initiatives that I wanted to share, Unnat Bharat, I believe that is a government initiative, and this government initiative comes with proper certifications and everything. And you can look at field surveys, community engagements, awareness campaigns, skill development, project implementation, everything happening. And they also ensure that a rural exposure is something that is given. So it's from Government of India, and one of the best that I have seen, where genuine experience is taken. And that also IITs and everybody is involved with this. So you can look at something like this for volunteering. Now comes to work experience. So there is something called work experience simulation. I believe a lot of people are not aware of something like this. So now there are websites which focus on giving simulated experience of real life working in a particular area or particular career. It is a wonderful initiative for those who are not aware, because this gives you, or it gives a particular student, even for somebody like me. So if I just want to find out that, okay, what has been my life if I was a Java developer, I can look at a site like Forage is one of the, at a national, international level, it is a very good site. There is a course Vita. This is India specific. One day at BCG, if somebody wants to look at how a Boston consulting consultant works, they can go through that. So this is job simulations that offer real world experience and boost your career prospects. So there are from say 3 to 4 hours to 30, 40 hours, a lot of options of job simulations, and some comes with real life, real work problems as well. So solve this, and they would be able to understand how working in a particular context is, and they would be having a basic experience. They can maintain that I can finish the course vita work simulation of X number of hours for X sort of a profile. This is also important because says at one point, if somebody, I'm giving a Java developer example again and again, somebody is looking at a uh, Java developer profile, they can go, they can finish a Java developer experience aspect and then attend the same. My apologies for the. I just want to confirm again if somebody can just say, am I audible enough? Because I can see that my internet is slow today. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. Fair enough. So I'll say I'll give you an example of Forage then. The other one is not opening at my end. Those cookies, huh? So say Foraj, it bridges the between education and career success. Register, enroll for a job simulation, compare your work with models, answers, and earn a certificate. Access curated resources, and then you can mention what you have done and what kind of jobs exist. Say BCG programs are there, Bank of America, Citibank. So all those international sort of experiences, it's available here. I just wanted to share the course vita aspect. Maybe the cookies has been enabled now, it would be able to. So say generative AI. Let's see if, or within AI, how many courses are available? How many work simulations are available? Data-driven campaign strategy for a political campaign, it might be. Gen AI engineer. Okay, so this looks interesting. So Gen AI, generative AI engineer is something that as a job opportunity, a lot of potential is there. Somebody who wants to experience that, they can go. It is saying it is a 8 hour simulation. So 8 hours, how the working as a generative AI engineer is. That you can see complete. It has tasks to be completed as a generative AI engineer would be doing. Feedbacks that person would be getting on the work, and the certifications will also come. It also says that X number of skills are required to start practicing in it. And it also shares tasks and what you will do. So this is very good for anybody who just wants to populate their resumes with work experiences. So please ensure and absolutely essential that for our course vita or something like this, the person is going, work experience is gathered, volunteering experience is gathered, along with that education and additional information comes, it becomes a very good resume. So that is the base of how a resume should be. Now I'll just say what makes a resume good. Ideal structures, as I mentioned, all the details, professional summary, works experience. So I'll just give you an example now of one resume. So this is something, say I just changed the name and phone number and email ID, but genuinely email like this came one day to me that this is a name of the person, and basic, the objective is given to be a good job, get a good job where I can work and earn money. That was genuinely what was written, and education, what has been done, and where the person has worked. So I have used something like this, and I'm just saying, stating, say, I'll just copy this. If this is the kind of CV that a person has, how ChatGPT can help you? I'll share certain details here. I'll open ChatGPT. I can, again, the rule, assume you are an expert in reshaping resume for young professionals with over 2 decades of experience. So over 2 decades of experience means apart from the experience, the ChatGPT will also understand that job market has changed since last 20 years, something from basic to what has happened now. It will go through the entire job market study as well. There are different layers that when you give a prompt of assuming a rule, that ChatGPT does, ChatGPT or any large language model. So when you add decades of experience, one very critical aspect that comes is last 20 years, X number of things have changed. So make the timeline, and accordingly, what exactly is needed, and if there is a job description with which it needs to be linked, that aspect is also mentioned. So I am sharing the rule. Then I'll say I am sharing the basic resume I got for a person. Please, and then the task. Please help me reshape this into a professional resume. Please add the most likable, most possible skill sets or experiences that the person may have missed adding. Because if somebody is saying that somebody has done uh, X degree, with X degree, X sort of experience is obvious. If that is not mentioned, ChatGPT can help mention the same. And this is the resume. I'll share the resume, enter. So now it has changed the entire resume. Now it becomes very professional. Dheeraj Thakur. Now you might have observed previously it was objective. Now it is professional summary. Education, the recent to the latest, to the last previous ones, work experiences, all the key responsibilities, key achievements it is mentioned, technical and professional skills are mentioned, personal details and declaration. So those aspects are created. So now if you have a resume that is made accordingly, so then how to have it in a professional manner? So one would be that MS Word resume templates are there. So within Microsoft Word free customizable resume templates you will get. So download one of these, very basic, very free level of initiative, and you can have it in your resume ready with a combination of ChatGPT and Word document template in 5 minutes, 10 minutes max. So it is loading as of now. So by the time that it loads, I will also say second option is Canva. Canva is something that I prefer using. So see, these are the options. I can download any of these particular templates, open it with my, it's asking for the Microsoft Word login ID. So I'll share the same and it will start using it the same on Word, and I can just copy all the details, paste in it and start using. Second is I can just go to Canva, register for free and search for resume templates. Here the I select for templates, I search for resumes and I'll get one of these that I would may like to use. So assuming that I just want to use this, I can here change the picture. So something that I took from here, I can again go take the picture, come back, change it, change the name, then go to the professional summary and everything. I can just start copying, pasting here, and that's how I can just populate it. So that's another aspect. And what you can do with Canva is that you can, whenever you want to download it, you copy paste everything and you can download it. And download also, you can download it as a PDF or a regular document also. So those aspects are available. So this is another aspect. So Word or Canva you can use and have a detailed one available. So that's how you can just update your resume. Then section wise, whenever this tip was for somebody who's just starting. Now somebody who has been working a lot over the last 20, 30 years, say a faculty like yourself. So what you can do, and normally within faculties, what I have observed is that a normal resume will go to 10-15 pages with all the research articles and everything mentioned. I've seen pages up to 30 pages for certain resumes. You can just click one of the resumes. You can give the same role that assume you are an expert, but expert in reshaping resumes for, instead of young professionals, you can say for expert faculties with over with 20 years of experience. You help, assume you are somebody who helps faculties with over 2 years of experience in getting more senior leadership roles as whatever you want. So that is the role that you can give. Then context you can give us a specific whatever what all you want to focus on collaboration, you want to focus on research, you want to focus on getting a better job with an international organization. So that is the context that you will give. And then the task that you will give is that key you can say that you have a 20-page resume, just go through it, analyze it, and give me a shorter two-pager sort of. And you can just attach your details here along with the chat GPT, the PDF here. So you do that and it will go through it, and it will give you a basic reworked initiative, reworked resume. So that is also something that you can do. So this is an example that I shared through which a basic Dheeraj Thakur's resume, it was converted to something very specific, which is something that you would like to see with going with a going as a document that is submitted. Now, since I have created something for Mr. Dheeraj Thakur, now I will try to find a job for this person. So how to find the job? I can just go to a job description and look at a Naukri.com sort of site and look at the job descriptions available. What I did is that I just copied one of the job descriptions available and kept it. I'll go and I'll now that I have found a job description for to apply for Dheeraj, what I'll do is that I'll say assume you are an expert in aligning resume to ATS systems. Analyze this job opening and I'll share the job opening. So now ATS has looked at what kind of job it is, the domain keywords, what are the keywords that a HR person is looking for, what are the technical skills that a HR person or a team would be looking for, what are the tools that the person should be trained in, hidden skills and everything. Now, the good thing is that ChatGPT remembers what all memory you have put in into one particular thread of discussion. Say here, this is the latest thread, the reshaping professional resume that we made. I'll just change it to Dheeraj resume December. So now I can always, whenever I want to focus on Dheeraj and any job opening comes in, I can just paste a job opening and I can say align Dheeraj's resume to this particular job of opening. It will do that. So now I'll say, since above, it has rated the ATS tracking, and before that it has created Dheeraj's resume. So I will say analyze Dheeraj's resume and score, share ATS score aligned to this job. So now what the job that I pasted, it is aligning Dheeraj. It is saying that it is only 18% aligned. It is giving the score what exactly the education is not matching, what exactly is not matching, and red flags, what all has been there. So, two things I'll say. Whenever a job opening comes, a person is aspirational. I can ask one question: what exactly is it that I need to do in next 6 months to ensure this person gets fitted to this type of a job? So this also acts as a mentor. It will create the X is the kind of job that a person is aspirational for. The person is already in the third year. By fourth year, it would be he would be looking at applying for a job. So next, over the next 6 months or something, month wise, these are the aspects that the person needs to learn. So the person can go through this, and by the time that the person is looking for a job, that person would be ready with the skill sets. It also helps you, like if you're looking at a leadership role or a senior professor's role or an international role, you can just download that. You can submit your resume and the job opening. You can analyze what exactly is it that you need to do over the next X timeline so that you can apply. You can also say that at a person with my skill, how much time will it take for me to be ready for this job? It will also share the timelines. You can say that I have 1 to 2 hours per day to study. How much time will it take for me to be prepared for this job? It will share the timeline that within 6 months or 1 year, you would be ready to apply for a similar job. So now here, this is something that as a mentor you can do. But now just updating, assuming that sometimes what happens that these things I haven't mentioned in the resume, but these skills I already have. So I'll say that I missed sharing more details on my resume. I have all these skills. Please update my resume to be aligned to this job's ATS scores. I will omit if anything. So I'm saying that if anything that I have not done, I will delete it, but otherwise just populate it on your end and give me a new resume that is ATS aligned and it has better ATS score. Previous score for this particular resume was 18%. Now what it is doing is that it is assuming that I already have. So previously, it was saying the 1 year or so, 1 to 2 years. Now it is saying I have 6 years of experience. Please don't do this. This is for educational understanding only, how to ensure that uh, certain aspects that genuinely you have or a student has, it is updated. But ChatGPT can do something like this. So now I'll say, uh, okay, here it is also saying, so now the resume is 82% match. So it is ATS aligned. So now you can just copy from this to a Canva or Word and you have something to submit. Now you also would need a cover letter to go with this. So you can just add on a prompt. Please draft a cover letter to go with this. And it will also share a cover letter explaining why. And if you want something specific, you want to focus on the creative energy and the blend of technology along with problem solving that you have brought in, you can say just drive a cover letter focusing on how I have blended technology along with problem solving methods and applied to local communities in tier 2, tier 3 cities. So it will draft accordingly. Whatever you say, it will draft accordingly. So this is another aspect that you can start using. So anything specific to this, you would like to know, and anything apart from what all, or say any questions you have at this point of time? Am I going slow or fast or what? If somebody would have shared. Okay, hope that this is going with the right pace. So these are the aspects that you can look at for resume writing. I'll just come back to my PPT and just take you through. So I have shared you much of the ATS tracking aspect, how to do that with ChatGPT, how to update your existing resumes. Now there are section-wise aspects. I'll take you through certain prompts that we will be sharing with you and what kind of outputs you can expect from it. So the professional summary, 3 to 4 lines. You can say write a 3-line professional summary for a project coordinator with experience in NGO. So these are the not engineering technical aspects, but non-technical. But you replace the prompt with a technical one, it will create the prompt and the kind of output that it can create. So this was the prompt shared, and the output was project coordinator, experienced in field level program operations, data digitization, stakeholder coordinations, proven abilities for social impact. So shaping the summary of the resume, that is key skills. Whenever you are looking at key skills, you can say this is the so first you go with the roles, then the context need to be before you say list top 8 skills, just give the context. Top 8 skills for an NGO would be different from top 8 skills for a Java developer to top 8 skills for GenAI. So that context also share along with it, and you will get some outputs like this. Similarly, the experience section. This is it's a very interesting form. This prompt model star method. We say situation, task, action, and result. So rewrite my work experience to make it action oriented and quantify results whenever possible using star methods, where situation, task, action, and result needs to be focused. So you what it will say is that ki X situation. So experience wise, I'll say how it will if I have shared a lot about my previous work with ChatGPT, what it will say, it will identify one of the situations I was in. Say I was given a task of reviving the vocational education program in Himachal Pradesh. So Himachal Pradesh is situation that I went in. It was the onset or introduction of vocational education. The task given was help create a synergy with establishing a PPP model. The action was that we integrated everything and recreated SOPs and methodologies, and eventually that resulted in that state adopting these measures and eventually getting into the national level. So situation, task, action, and result. You get the flow of it. So whenever you have a lot of things in your resume, eventually, thanks to decades of experience, the 10, 15 pages that you will get, it can be just summarized into 1 or 2 lines using these methods. So this is one aspect that will help you reduce and effectively share how much, what exactly had you done, what were the numbers that were involved, and action-led verbs being used. Everything you can do with STAR method. Achievements and outcomes is another aspect that needs to be looked at. Add one bullet at the end of each role showing clear impact. What all has been done. Extra 2 impact-oriented achievements. So once you share, and these prompts work best when you already are giving your existing whatever detailed resume you have. If you for somebody who has decades of experience, it can extract those specific things and add on. Then education is something that mentioning degree, college year, relevant trainings, courseworks, volunteering. So these aspects and things like simulated work experiences like course vita. So those aspects needs to be mentioned here. And star, I just mentioned very quickly going through these aspects. So I already took you through the kick resume aspect and ATS. Just focus on the keyword. You should take it from here if you are not aware, that is applicant tracking system, and how almost 90% of the organizations have started using this. How say a person or a HR professional is not spending, either they are not spending time scanning through the resumes at all. It is done by a machine, or even they are doing, they will spend 10 to 15 seconds looking at the keywords. That is why uh, it's not only important to have good skills, but that those skill sets in terms of how you have your resumes drafted, that also needs to be very much visible. So now the prompts of using generative AI. So it saves time, improves grammar, all the corrections that can be done very quickly, and most crucial, it helps you understand application tracking system. It helps you understand the keywords for any job opening that you come through, and it helps tweak your resume through reflecting those keywords so that it increases your chances of getting selected in the top 10 resumes to be selected. So that is something very well it does. However, there are cons as well. Cons is that it gets generic and impersonal. So you need to have a, apart from the artificial intelligence, always required to have the human intelligence aspect. Review, review, review. Once you have gone through anything, especially your resume output comes from a AI model, just review it and add those specific touch. One very simple prompt that I always ask people to this please listen to this prompt. Very easy, very convenient. Uh, just the same thing that I used. Normally, AI models, whichever AI model is, it tends to use longer sentences and above average English. So always say redraft using simple English and short sentences. Just give this, and you will see that what you get is simpler to understand. It has short sentences, and if you use something like AI detector, any AI detector you use, it will also say that the AI detection rate is a lot lesser. I'm just not going through this, but what you can do is that once you have a document, you just add this redraft using simple English and short sentence. This, you take the first thing to any AI detector, it will show you how much AI it has, and then go back and the output that you have gotten from using simple English short sentences. So the probability of this being AI, it is reduced. You can reduce this further by using something that I mentioned in the last session we had taken. Simple, if you have been writing a lot of articles for a while, genuine articles, 100% written by you can just add one of those files here. I'll just take this one. I don't know what exactly say this, and assuming that this is for something that I have written, I can say refer to the writing style I use in this document and use the same writing style to redraft this cover letter. So it will go through. This is a SOP that we have made. So it is going through the SOP. It will understand the writing style that I have used. This is something that I created. So it was a SOP. So it has reworked in SOP style. I'll say just use my writing style, adopt the cover letter style theme, and give me the final draft. So it will create a it is the SOP based, but yeah, you got the just like it will use my start using my style. And if it is an article, it would be better instead of using SOPs. I use the SOP document here. Use an article, any article that you have run, and it will draft in the same manner that you write. So it would be very hard to say that it is not written by you. So those would be, and best combination that I have seen work is the sequence in which you are using. First generate, then use your articles to change the style of working, and then finally use the prompt of use simple English short sentences. Once you do that, it becomes a very genuine looking aspect, and then review, use the human intelligence, and then finalize the resume. So this would be the aspect of resumes. Now I have around 20 minutes or so to go through the LinkedIn aspect that I would be very much interested in taking you through. So section two would be building a professional LinkedIn presence. So the basic understanding is that key how we will look at the anatomy of a LinkedIn profile, how to learn to write an engaging section, and discover how AI can help us with that. So I'll just take you through how a LinkedIn profile normally looks like. So I'll just share the PPT first. Limited time. Key components of LinkedIn would be profile, photo, and banner, professional, contextual, and well lit. So, say I always follow this person, Ankur Wariko. So, I like to share how he has maintained his LinkedIn profile. So, a banner is something that will come up when there is a specific event going on. Like, I'll also share my profile here. So whenever you have something happening that you would be excited to share, you can add it. There is one of the program launches happening on December 15. I'll be populating the same then. But otherwise, having your profile and details. So that is something that should be very essential part. Profile should be something very professional, appealing, not very casual. Um, and the context should be here. Then the next is headlines. Headline, what exactly is the person, what has been the roles, impact, and focus areas that the person has been focusing upon. So those aspects should be mentioned. Then comes the about section. About section, please ensure that it is in a storytelling tone. First person, it should be having three parts: who I am, what I do, and why it matters. So, some of you would be having a very average sort of a about section, or somebody would be having not having this and creating something. So, I have certain prompts that I would like to share. So, about section, I can say I'll use the example of Dheeraj only. So, I'll start building on this particular. Since it knows Dheeraj, it is Dheeraj's resume, I'll say I want to role. I'll give the role act as a expert with LinkedIn social media management. Use context. Use the uh, resume above to build a LinkedIn profile for Dheeraj, and then uh, task. I want to build the about section with these details, and I'll paste that. Rewrite my LinkedIn account. I can just go and write this plainly. I don't even need to do this because it is already everything is available here. But just for the to maintain that role to context to task aspect here, I'm just mentioning. So rewrite my LinkedIn about section to sound more inspiring. Use first person voice and reflect leadership in social innovation. So write something like this and it will create a about section. So this is how, if it was Dheeraj genuinely, and if you had 6 years of experience, this is something that ChatGPT can create for LinkedIn. So once done with this, here is the about section that you can see for any person. And the basic principle remains as is that sorry, I should have three parts: who am I, what I do, and why it matters. Then comes the key component or linked experiences and achievement that the person has. Normally it looks like this with see more, but whenever you click on see more, I'll switch to my own resume to showcase. So what has been the experience? And if I just see more, I click, it will go to the complete detail. And it is always good to have all the details mentioned, all the experiences and narrative summary of the last job that I had. How I can do this if I already have instead of using existing prompt, I will create something here only. So create a summary for the last job I had. This goes with the job details on LinkedIn. It should come with the job detail and tenure. So manager, program design, implementation support. If that person was using this and had worked for 4 years, then the role and summary was this. So give me a paragraph summary on this. So which particular position it was, what was the tenure and the summary. So it will create something like this, which I can come or Dheeraj can come and paste here. And this way, each and every job opportunity, what exactly, instead of going with all the details, mentioning the details, I can just add one paragraph of what I had, what was the story that I worked on while I was here and what were the numbers that I achieved. So similarly, you can build the entire experience aspect. Once experience aspect is done, education is also something that comes up. Apart from experience, licenses and certifications. Say while you close this particular future skill certification, you will be getting a certification much similar to something like this. So you can just post it here and announce. I can click it here. I need to add everything. Name of the Future Skills Prime issue, the course issuing organization would be Future Skills Prime, and I completed in December, and all the details, and I can add the media, that is the certificate, and post. So that would be added on as a skill that I have here. Then people can come and endorse me for the skills. I can endorse other people as well for the skills that I have seen in my in the people that I have worked with. So those aspects I can include. Once I do this, it will automatically start sharing people I am interested in, and whosoever is I am interested with. I can just add them all, and everybody's details would be available here. So how it helps is that if you want to focus on, as a faculty, you want to focus on research, engineering, India. I used to, yeah. So the people who are involved with the research aspects, those in my network, my second network, first those who are connected, second the people that I can connect with, and the third would be the people who are not in my connect, my friend's friend's friend. That would be the third level. So the three levels of connects that I have and whom I can reach through which particular channel, it would all be mentioned here. So say I just want to connect to Mr. Vishak Gopalakrishnan. So it will show that Praful is one of the connects. So I can just ask Praful, ki, hey Praful, can you just forward something so that you can connect me to this person? So that's how networking aspect can be done. Then comes the people is something that I shared. Research engineering India, what are the jobs available? It will show you all the jobs. So job hunting becomes very easy here. All kind of jobs you can see here, you can apply the same from here. So, say again, the process or the sequence that you should use is that once you have your tweaked resume in place, have a chat GPT thread on it, rename that particular thread. Then, whenever you see a job like this, just copy the entire job description, come back, paste ki this is the new generate job description. How much do I rate on this particular job description? It will rate you accordingly. If tweaking has to be made, make the tweak, get back to Canva, get the updated resume, and then go and click and apply. And you can apply it from here only. So job, and this is a very LinkedIn job hunting. It for a senior persons, it is much more easier to connect at a national, international level first. A lot of career opportunities now are coming in countries like Germany, Italy, with such packages that a lot of people are being appealed through it. So very easy to get those sort of connects from here. Then the post, say, research engineering, what is happening? What are the kind of trending initiatives that is happening in India? So everything. So some of your AICT faculty in a different sector would be different state would be doing something very remarkable that you would be able to see here. For national, international, what all kind of initiatives that you want to cover, everything is available. Now, the kind of companies that are into research where opportunities can come up, those companies that you aspire to take on or your students aspire to take on, those aspects would be very much visible here. The kind of products that are coming in. So there are civil engineering design softwares now, computer-aided engineering softwares by Midas Research. Some update has come up. Midas Gen is something that has launched. So any update regarding what is the latest products being launched? Then there are multiple groups. So this is a very interesting aspect, especially for somebody who is at a senior level. So there are a lot of, I told you about the international opportunities and everything that comes up. Groups like this, you will get a lot of. You can go specific more on the kind of groups that you want to join. Say collaboration on stem cell research with mechanical uh, engineering tools or whatever, what the combination is. You'll get a lot of search options, results like this. There are services as well. So somebody, some expert who would be able to connect you through X or Y. So those aspects. So somebody, these are the people who are ready to connect or a specific aspect can be taken care of by them, and you can proposal for a provider. Once they respond, you can discuss and start working together. Lead generation, this person can help you with social media marketing, mobile marketing, and digital marketing. So these are the strengths for which you can request services. So these aspects also. So sometimes it happens that you would be looking for somebody who can help you settle in Germany. Search here, request a service from somebody who is based out of here. Just look at the person, look at the person's reviews. That is absolutely why LinkedIn helps if the person is genuine or not. Say how many people know me or how many people are associated with me. So everything is visible here. And if somebody, the kind of post that I have and if the comments coming in. So comments is something that will tell you very much about the authenticity. So those aspects also you can look at. Oh, I just research engineering India. So I took you through the options. The courses are available in specific areas that you want. Those you can see. Events where you can connect with people. Those aspects also. If any event is happening based on those specific things in India or abroad, you can see. So there might be something happening in London that you are not aware, but you would be very much interested in. You see that, then there might be a scholarship available for you. You apply for that scholarship. It might happen that you would be getting an opportunity to go and visit that particular international event for free. So those aspects are very easy to be approached like this. So those are the specific structures within LinkedIn ecosystem that helps you. Uh, how much time do I have? Would anybody like to have some questions that they can ask me at this point of time? Let me know. I'll quickly cover otherwise few more aspects. Skill endorsement, engagements, those are the aspects that you can look at. You can also use certain tools to optimize resume optimization and saying that using ChatGPT, Kick Resume, that these are the linked resumes that I have, and tailor it for a LinkedIn aspect. Editing aspects, checking with Grammarly or Quillbot is something that you can look at. LinkedIn Analytics, resume worded or skill sensor are they benchmark or rate your profiles. And job trend research, LinkedIn Career Explorer is something which I shared through basic search that you can use, uh, and that generates a very good response to what you are seeking for. So that would be the basics of LinkedIn writing that I wanted to cover. I'll just shift to, within the limited time available, I'll just shift to the practical aspects. I'll share a bit more tips. Kamna, if you're there, let me know.
Yes, please go on. We
Yeah,
have
yeah.
6 minutes. Still, we have
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Okay. So I'll, at this point, social sonic is something that I really like, which you people, if you want to build on content, I'll take 2 minutes to 2 to 3 minutes to talk on content generation. So now you know the basic, and you have the basic understanding how to go ahead with your branding aspects, how to search for things. But the best aspect is that you can all the expertise and experiences that you have, start turning that into contents. Say, I always love talking about how Ankur Wariku, during the COVID time, he was a CEO, and a few startups were struggling at that particular time. He started using that time to build a brand. Now his brand earns more than his company's, his personal brand, that is. So if you look at the activities, there is a, all the, apart from all the posts, that is another aspect. Anybody whom you are following, you can look at the kind of comments that the person is getting, the video content that the person has made, the images, the events, and documents. So making a content within for LinkedIn is also something that is very easy. Say, if it is Dheeraj, I'll come to the resume of Dheeraj again. So I want to build a brand on LinkedIn, refer my resume, and suggest a 6 month plan that will take my followers to 50K or something like that. So it will share what exactly can be the plan. Then, so you can have a roadmap on how to build content. So I can also add, can you suggest what type of content I should make based on my strengths? That is part of the resume. So it will share what all is the area. So I can say that behavioral change in real settings. So pillar 2, can you give me 10 post ideas. So it will give me I can make certain post like this. Behavior as a gatekeeper, or the field doesn't care about your PPT. So I'll say, now here is where I can add my customization. Third post, I will start working on ask questions that will help me develop the post on my own. So why 100% dependent on ChatGPT? It should understand the strengths I have. It should ask questions based on which it should understand what is the strengths I have. Here, the good thing is that you can I'll just answer 2, 3 lines. Don't justify what exactly is that I want. I can start punching in all the details that I have based on my strengths, and based on I'm saying assume that I fill the details, create a post. I'm just sharing this general direction. It will start asking question and what all ideas you have on it. You can start giving the basic details, and it will create a draft. Once you have the draft, you can say, give me a picture to go along with this post. It will also generate a post on that particular. You can use this and you can start posting. So that is one aspect. The second is that you will also be going through a lot of video generation and such initiatives. That is also absolutely important for brand building. I believe it's the next session only. Please carry on with those learnings as well. That along with the brand building aspect would be a very good combination that will be helping you. So I believe that would be it, Kamna.
Right. Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, Srijit. And again, a very helpful session with all the hands-on examples that you gave for using these platforms. And I'm sure the faculty members will leverage this to guide the students and empower them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kamna.
Uh, Dear faculty members, I hope you have, some of you will be taking the assessments today. And the last date for taking the assessments is tomorrow by EOD. Please take the assessments. We are just waiting for our next resource person to join. So, M. Chokalingam from NASCOM AI team. He's the director AI at NASCOM he's the director at NASCOM AI, and he'll be taking this next session. I will just ask him to join. So will you, if any one of you wants to, switch on your camera, you can let me know. I can make that possible. Or if you want to talk. So after you take the assessment, we'll be taking out the scores on Monday, and then we will be sharing that with Atal. And we hope to put that live by Wednesday. I think we should be able to do that. And we now have our next resource person here with us. Welcome. I'm very happy to welcome M. Chokalingam. He is the director NASCOM AI. And I'll request him to switch on his video.
Uh, 1 second, Kamna.
Sure. Sure.
Okay, is it fine?
Yes, it's fine.
One second. Connecting from home, so
Yeah.
yeah.
So I just introduced you to the faculty members, and
And
over to you for the
yeah,
session.
I'll share the screen first for my slides and then
Yes.
I think you are able to see my screen.
It's coming up. It's coming up. Yeah,
Yeah,
we can see it.
make it full screen. Yeah, fine.
Yes, fine.
Yeah. So good evening, everyone. Today we'll have a quite interesting session on filmmaking using GenAI. So that was quite very close to my subject because during my young days we were into film industry for some time, especially on production, setting up production units, and then managing some of the labs. These are all in mid 80s and late 70s and mid 80s till mid 80s. So when Kamna came and said we want to talk about filmmaking, I immediately agreed because this gives me some flashback. Well, how because I've been into those labs in my very young ages, right? How today this film is changing through this Gen AI. So that's the overall topic today to discuss, and a few things about how hospitality sector is Gen AI is changing the hospitality sector, which is typically hotels and other stuff, right? If you look at the storytelling, right? Storytelling is quite very ancient, right? Historically, kings used artists to showcase culture and to neighbor kingdoms, right? I mean, they were telling stories, and then they moved to little kind of dramas. After every country become democratic, right? I mean, this vanished all of a sudden, right? In 1894, Lumiere brothers again invented cinema, and then again storytelling becomes moving images on screens, and then the artist came back. So there was a quite long gap, and then all of a sudden the technology started creating movies for us, right? And then it evolved from silent films, and then sound came in, and then sound engineers, musicians. So all this came up after 1900s, right? Once again, I would need to just uh, so after a long time, so immediately all these films moved, and then we impact digital technology came in, right? I mean, all the filmmaking was vanished after mid 90s. I mean, most of the movies were started through a digital infrastructure, right? I mean, concurrently television emerged, or we can watch movies from home, and then now what we do, we watch movies through Amazon or Netflix, right? And then even to our smartphones. So the movie is the one industry where technology changes pretty quick, but one thing remain common is the storytelling, right? Storytelling remains same. The medium keep changing, right? Same way now after all this VFX, I mean the computer graphics and then the visual effects. Now Gen AI is taking those spaces, right? With one kind of prompt, you would able to create some of those appealing visual images as well as appealing video images. In the going slides, I can show you some of those examples how some of the Gen AI platforms are generating videos and images which you can't even identify whether it is a real image or even a photo shooted images or videos, right? So that's how the industry is moving. See? So we were very closely watching some of those movies in augmented reality and then visual reality, right? I mean, people are creating, those are not artists are performing, but it is just uh, the videos which are generated which make you engage more, right? These are VR videos are in prevalent for last 10 years, right? Mixed reality is one thing which you have sound plus images plus videos all together, right? Most of the movies we have seen through virtual reality and augmented reality, right? Some of the movies like Lion King are made of all these technologies, right? So what is for the agenda today? So that's a background, right? How movie evolved in 100 plus 200 150 years plus, right? Where we are, and then what is changing now, and that's our agenda today, right? GenAI in filmmaking, GenAI in storytelling, and then GenAI in hospitality, and some of the ethical practices and considerations, because copyright is coming behind them, because these are the data generated from the earlier images or videos. Some of those are getting sued today, right? I mean, how to have these ethical practical considerations when you are creating this kind of images and audio, I mean videos, and then finally a future trend. So this will be a two-part session. I mean, one about the generic filmmaking stuff, and then second part, I mean, are these real? So what we did as a part of AI research, which is one of my portfolio. We went to a university in Bangalore, which is PES, and those kids are using this technique to preserve Bharatanatyam. So I will show some of those slides I got from them at end of this first part, right? Typically, in a very filmmaking workflow, there are only three stages, right? Pre-production, production, post-production, right? I mean, pre-production starts with writing a script, taking some one-line story or a story, and then creating the script for those story, and then create storyboards, right? Storyboards is like your screenplay, right? How each what will be on the each screen, I mean, or each frame, right? So that's the storyboard after the script creation. And finally, people do pre-visualization, right? Some today most of those historical movies had pre-visualization. I can show you some examples, and these are the pre-production stages, right? On the production, people use all this visual effects, synthetic extras like CGI or whatever, and those are all in the after shooting. They apply all this during the production. So it might be directly shooting the human actions and then apply layers on top of it, or it's motion capture, like some of those movies which came like uh, uh, what do you say, the chimpanzee movies, which are motion capture movies. Human does capture those motion and then apply on those objects. So these are all typically a production stages of production stage in a movie making. And then finally you do post production, all your editing, color, cleanup, all these are post production. So today if you see, most of the effort is done on the post production stage rather than the production, right? So we all know some of the one of the biggest movie came in India is Bahubali, right? Which we say that's a kind of 600 crore budget movies, right? When they created this pre-visualization, this is a pre-visualization image of Mahishmati, right? Army, right? I mean, what they did when they tell a story, how it looks visualized, because you can't create that because that's too expensive. So one of the artists, Vishwanath Sundaram, so he created 1,000 frames like this. I mean, he took some digital art tools and then he just created those images, right? I can show you. He has created, after creating, he has just put website for this. Escape the screen and go to the site once again. I'll stop sharing. So what he did, he created visual arts. These are all digital using Hello board, right? I mean, there is a board which connects to the computer and then they keep drawing like a freehand drawing. So he did a freehand drawing like this for 1,500 images, screens, right? Before going for a shooting and making a set. So these are previous work, right? And today this is completely taken away by GenAI. So these are manual stuff which people draw in hand and then color and then show it to the director, and then they make the sets for the production. So this was just 10 years back. Within 10 years back, Bahubali came just 8-9 years back, right? Till 8-9 years back, some of these historical movies were done like that. Teams is better than formally Zoom. Are you able to see my screen?
No, we are not able to see the screen.
One second. Come, this is problem with Zoom. Typically, when you share screen, moving away is very difficult.
Yeah, yeah. No worries, you take your time.
Yeah, so that's what team is. These are the external application. Windows always have doesn't give you a better experience.
Hmm. So would you suggest we do the next cohort on Teams?
Yes, please, because when see you always when you are in a Windows environment, use those tools because they are made for that, right? I mean, they
Okay.
don't encourage moving out of the environment, be it Apple or
Okay.
because what happens is like these occupy their RAM, so normally and
Hmm.
then slows down the complete flow.
Okay.
That's how they can make their business, right?
Hmm.
I think I have to restart. One second, Kamna. I'm back. So in continuation, so what happened is like even before 8 7 years, when people were making pre-visualization, they are using the sketches, even some to some extent they drew in papers to show how the visual looks for each of those movies, right? Uh, Now we are able to see my screen, right? Yeah. So what is the value proposition for these filmmakers? I mean, when these technologies keep changing, right? Why and movie making is not a very big profitable business, right? So some of these criteria, what they say, speed and cost saving, right? Every movie they have to bring it fast to the theaters, right? Some of the movies are like, I mean, some of the tools like Runway and Synthesia help them making these in reality, right? All the previous work or the even the script part is now taken care by some of these Gen AI tools, right? Gen AI is typically all the generative models, right? Like your chat GPTs and their Claude owners. These are typically generative AI tools, right? So these on top of it, they have built some of the visual models. Runway and Synthesia are visual models. Right? And then stable diffusion gives you can immediately turn your ideas and then make a very small script, right, and then put it to these generative AI tools, create those videos, and then see whether this looks fine. So that kind of speed to market, cost saving, and then accessibility, right? You don't need, today what happens is like you don't need even actors. All these actors are getting generated by the AI, right? Look, I can show you some of those tools. Typically, this Runway, Stable Diffusion, and Luma. So those are, if you see, you really get, I mean, you can even try some of those ideas in your thing. I mean, few tokens are free today, so you can at least try one or two videos, right? So what I did when I was doing this exercise through a Runway AI, what I created a simple prompt. It's a one line prompt showing how to create I will show you the prompt what I wrote and then how it looks. So what I did, I just wrote a prompt: and horse rider on a horse with full army dress and a big sword in his hand, galloping towards the war field with his army raising the arms with their swords. Animate this image. This is one single prompt I gave. Right? It gave me multiple options of images. Right? And somehow, if you see, these are looking real, right? These are really looking real, as if somebody has taken this and then did a photo shoot, right? So these are the kind of clarity of image details these AI tools are producing today, right? Similar way, this is runway.ai. When I share this slide, you'll have all these links, and then you can just try on your own. There is a similar platform called Stable Diffusion. So what it does, it even creates, these are even trained in Indian data sets, right? If you see the product, draw an image of an Indian town bazaar street with vegetable vendors selling the vegetables with the crowd purchasing them. So what they give an image as well as if you want to generate a video, you can even still go and generate a video out of this, right? Stable diffusion. So these are mid-journey, stable diffusion. These are typically coming up with AI tools which were visually appealing, and you can even differentiate whether it's a true video or AI generated video. So they have went into that precision. So I can in my second part I can talk a little about the technology what these are built on. Right? Once again, I'll just go to the images which I created, and some of them give the stable diffusion. So that I think again a Cloudflare issue. So yeah, I will just copy this prompt Okay, go to Notepad and copy. Okay. Okay, this is a Cloudflare issue. That's fine. So when you draw these kind of images through a single prompt, what it does, it takes the pre-trained data, right? I mean, these are pre-trained data on some of those data sets which is available online. They took those data sets, trained them, and then created a model. And after creating the model, they built a platform and then integrate this model so that users can just put a prompt and get an images of their choice, right? And these images are now done within few seconds, right? I mean, each prompt takes 30 to 40 seconds to generate an image, and then each you can even go and iterate those images, asking to say, okay, this is the street. If you even put even your specific cities, right? I mean, you want to put cities in, I mean, streets in Chennai, streets in Delhi, so it exactly gives you the streets in Delhi, because the data which got trained have all those images of different genres and different flavors, right? So by this, today, even every marketing advertisements, if you see today, I mean, most of the paper ads are now generated through AI, right? And then iterations are quicker. It's much cost efficient, right? Same way, if you see what I did, this is a video from Luma. Typically works on a video, right? I just created this video through just 4 5 words, right? Make a visual of line running in the Indian traffic street. So it started producing those videos, right? I thought of doing it, uh, giving a prompt saying the Lion King Mufasa running on the street. But what happened? Immediately, it gave me an alert saying you are violating the copyright. So what these companies are now doing, right? I mean, when you are creating and when you say the specific character of some of those companies, they are not allowing you to create, because though already because now that's legally protected. Copyright is on the AI today, right? I mean, India is also coming up with AI copyright guidelines. So this video was created within 40 seconds. So, and then people are now, what they are doing, they are writing the script in ChatGPT. Where when I have an idea, I put that ideas into ChatGPT, ask the ChatGPT to write a script, take that script to any of the visual medium like your Stable Diffusion or Luma AI, and ask them to create videos frame by frame. And then you can even iterate frame by frame, and then now certain movies are even coming completely with this generated by AI, right? That's where most of these film industries are moving toward today. Even Indian movies have started using this. And in this slide, I am providing you some of the best examples which is a tool for filmmaking, right? Runway, which we saw now, right? And then Mid Journey, Stable Diffusion. And then the Skyber, which is by Wonder Studio, creates, if you provide a photo, right, it turns the photo into a video, which is so that's a kind of tools coming, right? I mean, if you provide a photo of someone and then ask them to create a video of that, and with few prompts, it creates a video from a photo, right? And then people, as I said, people are using more on ChatGPT and Claude scripts for for scripts, dialogues, and creative narratives, right? That's what people are using. So, and Luma AI, we saw the line video which is created is through Luma AI, which is again a 3D capture, right? You can create even a complete 3D capture. So with 4 to 5 GenAI tools, you can make a complete story, right, into a complete appealing visual images or a movie in today's time, right? I mean, that's the kind of movement we are seeing in the movie making industry, right? So through this, what it does, it continuously reduces the cost of movie making. You will see a lot of content coming into different genres for the audience, and narration becomes very easy, be it films or marketing or even the current hospitality sector, right? I mean, most of these are done through AI today, right? Most of the marketing writing plus marketing image generations are AI today, right? Compelling narratives for movies, brand campaigns, even guest experiences in hotels. So these are now, if you see any of those hotel sites, right? I mean, earlier they used to give you only 360 view of the particular hotel or your room. Today, what happens is like they take your inputs from your past history, and you give your name, and then you log in through your Gmail or log in through your Facebook. They understand your taste, and then they just start giving you personalized recommendation of those hotels or the food, right? Same, this the way the story generation is changing, right? Films suggest plot. In films, it suggests plot twist based on genre trend and audience reaction. Marketing, it's creating a dynamic ad copy and then adapts to user behavior in real time, right? The moment you start seeing, that's why you when you see reels, right? Moment it starts suggesting you the similar kind of reels in the future, right? I mean, these are all very much personalized, and then the recommendation engine, which is backed all take all today are done through the GenAI platforms. Let's look at the hospitality segment. Most of these the hotel sites are today with AI-based chatbots, right? Which provides 24-bar support to handle queries, and then recommendation for local attractions. All these are done through AI and Gen AI today in any of the hotel bigger, larger hotel sites today, right? Or even the aggregators use those kind of systems to recommend places, right? Why it matters to them? We get an instant personalized response without waiting on the line or queue, right? And I have provided some of those examples, right? When you book a hotel now, even some of those models understand your voice, right? And most of them are voice generated. You can talk through your phone and then book your hotel, right? I mean, that's, you understands your language, it understands your need, and then it books. So all through, even you don't want to type, right? This is not only what we see in these sectors. Even if you see in software development, there is something called vibe coding, right? You do not even type. You can just, some of the platforms like Cursor have this mic you just talk what is needed and it start coding. So voice is going to be the future rather than the keyboard. So we came from keys, and then we came moved to touch, and now people are using voice. So all these use cases, whatever we are seeing, what you don't need even to type and then get response. You just keep talking, and then it provides you the response on the go. So that's how the Gen AI models are much advanced. It responds to images, it responds to videos, it responds to your voice, and its response as usual to your text, right? These are all multimodal. So every model which is coming today are all multimodal, right? So most of the so what it happens, all these are now becoming converging technology, right? I mean, they can learn the sensor data, right? Why That's why it adjust your rooms, right? The lighting of your room, temperature of your room through earlier it was through gesture. Now it and then it adjusts based on that, and then even it plays the music based on your mood, right? These are all the typical Gen AI, IoT, AI plus Gen AI. So all these converging technologies are elevating our user experience in every sector, right? So what it does, I mean, what is the biggest benefit in this? Higher guest satisfaction, revenue uplift, operational efficiency, and brand differentiation. So that's how, because people pay for user experience, right? Rather than the features, they now started paying for the experience. So all these are now experienced via AI and Gen AI tools. So, but apart from all this, there are typical challenges, right? I mean, what is the flip side of this, right? Artists are not getting, there's a huge displacement, right? Manpower displacement is happening. Artists are not getting paid because you're using Gen AI for making those arts, though they don't get their jobs, right? Automation is taking some of those jobs. It's real, right? And then data privacy. Right? For example, Beethoven.ai is an organization which created musics very, very similar to the real artist. You don't even realize whether the piano was played by a real person or it's played by AI. So one of the artists went and sued Beethoven.ai, saying this is typically it took my data and then it trained on that and then started releasing those audios to the market, which directly affects my revenue. So data privacy is one thing which is very crucial. Every country is now tightening the data privacy laws. We got our DPDP rules 2 weeks back. GDPR is there. So every data protection acts are getting updated because of AI today, right? And then the best, as one of the best practice, they say avoid generic content. So be very specific what you are asking, right? Don't ask the name of those characters or the artist name, because those get into personal information. And then moment you release those content outside the market, uh, there is a very high possibility of getting into a copyright infringement. And then finally, change management, right? I mean, people have to change to these tools, right? uh, I mean, or else adoption becomes very, very difficult, right? Well, the way I do things culturally, we have to change that. Right? These are the critical challenges using these tools today. So typically, what is the adoption framework? Fine. Once you address these challenges, how you adopt, right? You have to identify right use cases. Sorry. By identifying specific business problem, pilot and iterate. So you these GenAI tools, you can iterate multiple times so that you get a right output of your need, right? You can iterate multiple times, pilot and iterate, create a hybrid workflow, right? You have to use human expertise plus AI. So that's why we are calling all this a copilot, right? It never creates of its own. So it need constant input from us, right? And then it learns from that and then start creating the new workflows or new images or new videos, right? And then finally, we have to express guardrails. Guardrails is a one big subject which comes under the responsible AI guidelines, right? NASCOM has a separate practice called Responsible AI Hub, and then where we talk more about ethics, fairness, bias mitigation, and then guardrails, right? How you set up guardrails, and there are organizations which are specifically uh, expertise in guardrails making, right? There is something called ML Commons. So ML Commons is an organization where it comes periodically with guardrails, which is like what kind of content we should not expose. There are they classify today they classified those into 17 categories, and then those are considered as harm. So the moment you type how to make a knife to kill a person, it doesn't respond. Any of those GenAI tools doesn't respond. So it identifies that's a very harm statement, and then so these kind of organizations constantly update the guardrail system. And then some of the organizations like NVIDIA, Meta, these people make tools, right? I mean, this can be manually checked, right? I mean, they are making checklists and tools so that they integrate within their models. I mean, within their whatever models they are making, and then moment they when you type those such of harmful statements, it identify and then doesn't respond, or it says this is a harmful statement. I am not supposed to respond to this question. So these are some of the guardrails which is already in practice, right? They call NVIDIA came up with something called Nemo Guard, and then Meta came up with something called Llama Guard, and then these are completely open source. So when you are building a system, so you can just take those guardrails, apply your own filters, and then integrate with your platform. So these are the critical adoption framework for building any of those GenAI platform, as well as using any of the GenAI tools. How does the future trends look? So real-time text to video, which we have seen, this Luma kind of platforms take real-time text and then converts to video. AI native film genres, that's going to be the future. So after 10 years, you don't see people making real movies. So everything is scripted and then run through AI platform, and then the movie got released direct to the theaters or direct to home. So that's going to be the industry trend. autonomous digital characters. Now we are seeing people are creating characters, right? And then they make it that as a brand, and then you can see even in our IRCTC platform, we are seeing the ticket booking platform called Diksha, right? Diksha books for you. So you can see more and more digital characters like that, and then coming to the platform, and then solves our needs, right? And then finally, in hospitality, hyper personal travel experience. So this GenAI is going to give you very hyper personalized experience while you book tickets in your flight or even in your hotel stay. That's kind of future trends which we are seeing, and this is not very far, and these are 1 to 2 year down the line. So these are my final thoughts. GenAI is here. Hybrid creativity wins, right? I mean, it's not only AI, so it's human plus AI wins. And finally, whatever we make, ethics and innovation together, right? We have to all the ethical practice, so innovation happens together. These are my final thoughts, and then this is the first part of my slide, right? Whatever we spoke, right, we can see whether this is real. So after seeing this, we went to a college, right? I mean, when we are listening to all those or hearing some of those uh, tools about these tools, we said, who is using? So are we using really these kind of tools? So we went to a college in Bangalore, which is PES, right? It's autonomous university, and then the students of the fourth year, I mean, these are the four people which we met, and they are creating something called using those images, right? They are either creating a video out of those images, just capturing the pose and movements of a person, right? They capture the pose, they capture the motion, and then they are preserving those motions, right? So the use case what they picked is the Bharatanatyam, right? Bharatanatyam has various hand gestures, so they captured most of those hand gestures, right? These are the hand gestures of all the Bharatanatyam stages, right? And this is a Navarasa, so which is a nine expressions, right? And then this is and three kind of poses they took, right? And then what they did, they trained this data, right? They took a image of a Bharatanatyam dancer. If you see the left corner, they gave a prompt, right? A Bharatanatyam dancer in red silk costume performing Abhinaya with expressive hand gestures. This is a single prompt they gave, okay? The system what they built, right, took the face image, took the text input, and then the LLM extract the text, right? Did the validation. And then there is a computer vision model which is YOLO, which identify the face image, right? And then there are two kind of video based models they have chosen, and then it process this text and image together. And if you see the output from a photo, the dancer is performing a pose. So this they have created in real, right? When I asked them what is the use case, they said they want to preserve this Bharatanatyam after 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. People can even see this and get them trained. So they have added, even they captured the motion so that people can just learn step by step by looking at some of their favorite dancers performing on a stage. So what they had created is like they took the Mudra data set, Bharatanatyam, all the Mudra data sets. They showed me around all 28,431 image hand gestures. So they have collected all this, right? And then they collected even the open pose Bharatanatyam data set. So they created these data sets for creating this model. And then finally, all the dance poses, right? So they have collected, they said there are around 8 months they took time to just collect these image data sets, right? All these are images, all three kind of thing what they call, all are images, right? And then what they did, they need motion, right? So they took YouTube dance videos from the YouTube, right? Multiple dance performance split, and then what they did, they split this all, took all these YouTube videos and split it to 5-second duration, because these people doesn't have a GPU to process. So what they did, they took all these videos, broken into a 5-second video, and then processed in a normal CPU. Okay. So moment they did it, they did an annotation so that when the system sees a new image, it can identify. So they took a annotation platform, annotated all those images, postures, right? I mean, typically the hand postures, body postures, everything they annotated using an annotation platform. If you see image before annotation using the label MG is the platform which they chose for an annotation. And then this is annotated image, right? They captured all the motions. All the green dots shows the motion, right? And this is a YOLO model. YOLO is a very famous model for vision, typically computer vision, right? You see only once, you look only once. That's a YOLO model. So they just created this workflow, create project directory, virtual environment. They defined all those classes of Mudra, and then they extracted those frames, and then they used only 500 frames for training, and then they did manual annotation for those 500, trained the model in YOLO, and then finally they created the model file for all those processes, right? And they did some data pre-processing. They use some of those tools which is predominantly used for pre-processing those images. See, they have your right hand side is they have captured all the body movements, right? I mean, this is a pose, and then this is how they captured through the system, right? Using ThinkU app. So this completely captures your motion, right? Facial expressions, right? So they used media pipe for post estimation. Multiple tools they use to pick up. These are all complete AI tools, right? And they implemented this through. So if you see the sample data and then the skeleton post, they just extracted only the post using those media pipe, right? So they built 3 models using all these tools: hand mudras, full body postures, and facial expressions, right? These for hand mudras, this for poses, and this for expressions, right? Now they took stable diffusion, which we saw, and then fed all these data sets, right? And then created an image, right? There is a stable diffusion model called SDXL Foundation model, and they took Juggernaut's Excel model. You can see the difference. These are all not real people. These are all typically generated by simple prompt, right? They took the Bharatanatyam data sets, trained on that, and then moment you start putting your prompts, it gives you all the Bharatanatyam, even the costumes as well as the poses, right? This is a base model. This is after refining, after multiple refining, you get the refiner models. See, all these are just uh, images which are generated by the stable diffusion platform. I think something called low rank adaptation, right? I mean, when you are building something for your CPU, which is your low systems, right? I mean, we can't have larger systems to make this happen, right? So they created everything in a CPU. So what they adopted is a low rank adaptation, which means they take the complete model and then did a quantized version of that to create, which can run in a very smaller GPUs, right? They generated through all this are they used Google Colab Pro, and then those GPUs generated this, right? So without LoRa and with LoRa, see how much details they are capturing with LoRa, right? And these are all the images now we are seeing are all generated through AI. These are all stable diffusion XL LoRa platform, which is the model. And there is something called flex model again. I mean, which is again based on the same principle. So this is the original image. What you see in the left is the original image. They capture all the motion, which is an open post image, and then through that they generated a image using AI. Right? Right. So original image, depth map, canny edge, they used control net here. These are multiple AI models they chosen to get the fine refinement, right? Why they took multiple model? Because stable diffusion kind of platform, all these are integrated. So these kids, when they started building something like very similar, they couldn't be able to get in one model. So they integrated multiple model, multiple platform to get this the right image for a pose, expression plus the mudras, right? And most of the models are trained on Sudha Raghunathan's Bharatanatyam poses. Yeah. And then they used in the innate in a framework to automate this. Whenever a pose is done, it automatically picks your image and then it process at the back end and immediately give you the video of a dancer. So that they used N8N as their platform. And these are some of the techniques they used for video generation. Right. So they created multiple poses, right? I'll stop here. One second. So what we saw overall is right? I mean, how these Gen AI platform typically, which handles more rather than text, video, and audio, are changing the way we work on multiple sector and multiple industry, right? So that's one of the uh, key features what we are seeing in these platforms today. Over to you, Kamna.
One second.
Yeah.
So, are you done with your session?
This is done. I mean, the slides are over. I mean, I've opened to questions and then anything we can talk.
Okay. If there are any questions, I'll yeah, sure. If there are any questions, you can please put them in the chat. Otherwise, you can start taking the assessment. Let us know. You can put your questions in the chat box. Otherwise, please take the assessment, and then I'll be inviting the valedictory speaker. So I had originally told them to join around 6:30.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, so when he was making this slides, I was like, one and a half hours is too much for this. But anyway, I thought, okay, we can do this and then take the questions.
Yes, we can take the questions, and if there's anything else that you just want to share, like from because today only I think Gamma I've subscribed to Gamma, so they are offering free subscription to Google Nano Banana. Is there any merit in that?
See, Google Nano Banana is again, I mean, so far it is free. I mean, the images are very excellent, right? I mean, you can take, I mean, I think the next 45 days they open up Google Nano Banana for free for adoption. I have created some of those images, which is again very much appealing, like your stable diffusion and Luma. But they create images, not videos as of now. But images are very good. Yeah. Most today I'm seeing most of the marketing materials are done through Nano Banana.
Correct. But I also think that, so for example, I saw companies' marketing posts. So they're talking
Yeah.
about, and it's all abstract, like not real humans, but just those
Correct.
vectors or images. So that's not very appealing.
So now you see, every technology takes its own time to mature, right? I mean, these are now I can see the whole of Gen AI is just 2.5 years, right? I mean, it came in 2023 or 2022 end, and then most of the models are responding on creating only text, right?
Hmm.
If you see, all the visual models are just 1.5 years old, right? I mean,
Yeah.
people are building multimodal models, which is from only 2024 mid, right? Prior to that, every model was only text-based models, right?
Hmm.
So people, so visual models, I mean, the vision-based models are just 1.5 years old, right? You need large data sets to train. This is
Hmm.
one. Second, it needs a large compute to train those data sets. Those are
Hmm.
the bigger challenges when you are making image or video based models. So that's why you see today the data sets are very less. And second, people started pull. I mean, the data whichever earlier were open, people start pulling down because they realize those data sets are getting trained, and then they lose their value. So data sets are getting reduced. I mean, that's one of the major reason you see the quality of those images are not that real. And then people use more synthetic data also to train this model. So they create something through AI, and then they use the same for training those models. So those things are there. I mean, it takes another 2 3 more years to get the sector to get matured.
Right, because I think the images that you just showed, those were in your deck, right?
Yes, yes, I can
So
share
we
this
will,
deck.
yeah, yeah, please do share this deck because those images were very vibrant and
Yeah,
uh, I think at least the human-like images still are attractive and appealing. But
yeah,
when companies use marketing collateral, which is just those vectors and not the images, then those are not very appealing, and you don't
yeah,
have so much interest in them unless there is some human element involved in
correct.
those images.
So this is like, see, there are two. When we create these images, we always say, no, there is the two kind of work, right? What model we choose to create this, right? I mean, we have to exactly choose models which are vision based model, right? I mean, when I said when I showed these Bharatanatyam poses, these are especially built on vision based models. It's stable
So
diffusion.
which this Bharatnatyam actually there is a very attractive and very appealing costumes, and even the dancers very appealing. So which tool did you use for that?
These are all through stable diffusion models, stable diffusion Excel models.
But
So
those are
these.
paid. Those are
No,
paid.
no, no. These are open source. These are completely open source. See, these are built by college students, right? When we see, I met these students in Bangalore sometime, and then they were working on. They were saying they were working on. They are in the final year and they want to do some of the project, and they were looking for ideas. So I met them in a Google event. So I was talking, okay, you have to take something which is culturally appealing. Don't generate anything Western because everybody is doing the. So I said, take something which is very much uh, India, very Indian culture. And then that immediately comes to my mind is Bharatanatyam. I say, go and take these images because a lot of videos, images are available open source. Just build this. I told and I thought these people are not going to do it. So because it's way too taxing to do. So I met them after 8 months. Last week I was in the college. I mean, the college invited me, so I went there and then met those guys, and they showed. So what they said, what we spoke, sir, we have done. So out of the two of those guys got a job in HP. So this is their. So this is a project they submitted for a Viva, and then they got even the placement. They have not completed the degree. They got the placement. One is going to US and one is going joining HP.
So so
These are completely built using open source.
in fact, two things here, Jocks. That one is that uh, on an unofficial note that we are hunting for our like we have to choose our costumes for the next performance. So I was just looking at the colors which you shared, and I was going to click a picture to share that okay we can use this color. So I'll definitely need your deck and I'll share it with all the faculty members also. But on a serious note, the example which you gave, it would be lovely to share this with the students because when they are in the placement season and they are looking for the jobs, then to showcase this kind of a project, if they can execute, uh, then
Yeah.
of course the sky is the limit when it comes to their companies and the salary packages. And if you can take out some time when you're in Delhi and you can visit one or two colleges along with me, that would be great.
Definitely, Kamna, we'll do that because see, one of the prime aim, one of my portfolios are typically AI research, right? I mean, I manage AI research, tech, and then the responsible AI. So when it comes to AI research, I visit colleges who are very much focused on research areas, and then I go to those colleges and then see what exactly they are doing. I mean, what kind of research is happening, what the typical students are doing, right? With this kind of GenAI approach, what models they are taking and building on
Yeah.
top, or whether they are building a model from scratch. This Bharatanatyam is built from scratch, right? No, they
Yes.
took some open source and then they just trained a complete data sets using these those Bharatanatyam poses and images. So that was quite very impressive. I mean, and these kids are just building these tools on the go. I mean, it's very impressive. Yeah.
So we have faculty members who are joining us from all over India. I mean, in fact, I'm based in Delhi, so my colleges are mostly tier two and tier three colleges
Mm.
around Delhi
Mm.
NCR, where
Yeah.
they may not be focused on AI as such. So they
Right.
may be EC engineering colleges. They may be moving towards that, but it will be inspiring for them to know what is possible if they do hands-on learning and if they are able to execute projects like this.
Mm.
So I think
Correct. Yeah.
that is
See, one
something
of
that we need. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the thing is like people just read more on theory about AI, right? I mean, moment you start building on your own, then your creativity improves. And then, I mean, not only this, I mean, what exactly you can build for social good. I mean, AI is predominantly we can use much social good projects, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
now people are treating. I mean, how Alzheimer is one of the disease which people want to cure through AI. So a lot of research happening in AI field to cure Alzheimer because we don't have medicine yet for Alzheimer, right? So how AI can do this? I mean, in terms of mental exercises, the drug discovery is separate, but otherwise, how to catch Alzheimer early? I mean, then start cure. There is no treatment. At least how to manage that. So those AIs are, I mean, AI tools are used in healthcare in those ways. So there are a lot of projects which people are doing on AI and social good predicting one of the biggest thing now happening is like they want to uh, add physics to AI, right? I mean, most of the AI, what you see, the current Gen AI is only text-based, two-dimensional, right? If you want to have a three-dimensional approach, they are taking physics-based model, right? I mean, if that is in Meta is coming up something called JPA, and then University of, I mean, Caltech is building something for finding out weather patterns, right? I mean, these are because natural calamities is going to be more, right? I mean, because of the climate change. So how I predict climate change, right? I mean, today we don't have a model to predict climate change. So there are building physics-based models. So these are larger use cases of AI in terms of drug discovery, new material. I mean, material discovery is more, right? Material science is improving. They are finding out new materials out of AI, right? And one big thing is like all our Covaxin and Covishields are and the literature survey was done through AI. So that's why we are able to make a vaccine within 18 months or 8 months, 9 months down the line. So those are very bigger use cases of AI. And then the problem is these two the college, I mean the tier two, tier three colleges are not even aware. I mean, when we met, I mean, people are studying about AI. These kids are really want to do, but there is no way to for them to do that.
Yes. Yes. I think that is where we need, maybe we need to visit these colleges to explain to them, or maybe uh, how to take this thing forward. I'm just getting some questions from the panelists, like from the faculty members on my WhatsApp. I'll just reply that you can take the assessment now, but you
And one
can
of
make,
the
yeah.
thing, Kamna, so in the month of February, we are coming up with something called National Coding Marathon. So which is people can just do by coding. We want to touch with almost 1 lakh people in 42 days. It's a marathon kind of thing. So 42 kilometers is a marathon distance. So we want to
Mm-hmm.
run a coding marathon for 42 days. And then yesterday we spoke to Abhilasha also, Dr. Abhilasha to be part of this because you're dealing with more of academics, right? I mean,
Yes, yes.
we want to make the early experienced people, which is 1 to 2 years of experience, who are already in the companies, and then the students who are in third and fourth year want to be participate in this marathon. This will give this is a creation of large awareness creation how to handle, I mean, do software in future, right? I mean, so that's we are coming up. This will be part of our AI Impact Summit too. So soon
That's
we'll
great.
get.
That's great information for all the faculty members here also, that in February NASCOM is running a coding marathon for 42 days where the students can participate. Even faculty members can participate, right?
Yes, yes, yes. Anyone.
So that's great. I think the faculty members have attended the generative AI fluency the whole session, and uh, hopefully they can share the link, please. Can you share the link, please? Is there a link already for the marathon?
Not yet, not yet. I mean, the website is under construction, so we'll release all this messaging and then the links in
Please
the
share with
coming
me, and
days.
all the faculty members are connected with me on WhatsApp. So once you
Done.
share with me, I'll be
Yeah.
sharing it with all the faculty members, which they can, percolate down to the students.
Yes.
That would be great. The good thing about this being a coordinator for the faculty program is that I'm connected with almost 600 faculty members across India. So if you can share the
Wow.
links with me, I will definitely spread it to all the faculty members who can then,
Sure, sure.
take it to their colleges.
Yeah. So this is like we see one thing is like we want to do a Guinness record on this. I mean, when Cognizant recently did a coding
Awesome.
marathon with, so that's one of my idea. Cognizant did for their employees. I mean, 53,000 people vibe coded in a day. I mean, in a month. So went and spoke to Sangeeta saying we are industry body, we can easily cross them. So that's one of the main motto. One doing that and then cracking this Guinness Book of Records. People, 1 lakh people are getting into AI coding. So that's one of the thing we want to achieve. And then that's part of the AI for Viksit Bharat initiative. I mean, that's one of the ask in the AI for Viksit Bharat. So scaling is a major part. So we thought, okay, what and all we can do. So we are coming up with this coding marathon. So I will share all the details, the concept notes with you, so that you can circulate to the colleges you have. I mean, you are linked to. So please do participate. This is a national. It don't happen again. So this is the right time we are doing, and it's part of
Right.
the AI Impact Summit.
Right, right. Thank you so much, Chalks, for sharing that information. So, faculty members, it's a great, idea to have Chalks here to share with us that we are having a coding marathon in February where all your students can, even you can participate, and that's part of the India AI Summit, which is scheduled for February 2026. And hopefully, we can set a world record with
Yeah.
1 lakh people joining in, right?
Yes, 1 lakh people. If it's going to be a Guinness record if you touch that 1 lakh plus people.
Right. Thank you so much. We have our next speaker who is joining us. So I will thank you, Chalks, for joining us for this insightful session and
Th-
for sharing all this information. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Uh,
Kamla. Thanks you all. I will share these slides with you so that you can share with
yes, I'll
the
share it with the
friends.
faculty
Yeah.
members. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it gives me great pleasure now to welcome Abhay Bhatnagar, who is representing EY Parthenon, and he's with us today. And I have known him for a long time, and he's a very inspirational leader. He's a consultant par excellence, analytical skills, and I'm not reading from the script now. So it's great to have you here with us. We have almost 165 faculty members who registered for this batch. We have been having classes every day from 6 to 9 during the weekdays, and today it has been a marathon session from 2 to right now, 2 o'clock in the afternoon to now.
Wonderful.
So I will hand it over to you for your valedictory address. Over to you, Abhay.
Sure. Thank you so much, Kamna, and I really appreciate this opportunity. And thanks for your kind words. I learned from the best, which is you. So thanks for all the steerance guidance. And good evening, everyone. And before I move any further, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to NASCOM and AICT to organize this initiative. Why? Because it's so heartening to see institutes and association of this stature is moving so fast to equip educators like yourself with the skills of tomorrow. More importantly, it's been really a privilege for me to join this session to really thank you as the participants. You're just not attendees. You are truly the agent of change. You are leading by example and showing your students that learning doesn't stop.
And who better example than you, who have been the inspiration and be student for life. And couple of years back, a couple of weeks back rather, I had the opportunity to be a keynote speaker at one of the management institute. And it was so energizing to see the students already speaking the language of AI, almost like professionals in corporate office. And all credit goes to you, the teachers, the educators, who really ensure the students are talking about the language of AI, which is well accepted at the marketplace or in corporate office. So my heartfelt gratitude. Kamna was kind to share the overall plan for last 6 days. It was great to see the overall various topics. It was a deep experience of learning last 6 days. You have traveled, you covered quite a bit of topics, be robotics. You had people coming from various fields, be law, fashion, filmmaking, and you absorbed the concepts of prompt engineering, ethical AI. And that's truly the need of our. And why I say so, I'll take a practical example in real time, that too from global perspective. Tsinghua University from China, it's an institute while and who's really innovating or rather adopting policies which are far different from the rest of the world, where the rest of the world is focusing on how to combat chat gpt versus students. Kamna, I was watching one of the previous session, batch 3, where you talked about a 6-year student kind of cracking various tools, picking up one prompt from Gemini, putting up in another thing. Okay, tell me on like, and that was really hard, really visible that how students are cracking the code and how the universities are looking to break that. What Singwa has done, they have introduced a AI teaching assistant called as Shoda. What they do is they introduce this to every incoming participants or student and have a personal learning AI experience. And this AI doesn't only answer the question, but also navigate through the courseware, looking at the resources, learning style, and act like a 24 by 7 tutor. What is the implication of this? So they are just not fighting technology, they are adopting it. Imagine 5 years later, if we are looking at a student who is unable to co-think with an AI, will be as disadvantageous as a student maybe right now who is unable to use Google. And if you're looking at University of China, who's giving every student an AI co-pilot, can we in India afford to teach students and that to just fly solo and do alone? And one of the reflection, and that is from a student side. Now look at fast forward and look at from the educator side perspective, like yourself. What is your reality? You're spending inordinate time is like definitely a large chunk is going in teaching, but over and beyond, there is plenty of admin activities or various aspects. It would be testing papers, like grading them, paper setting, those quizzes, report generation, looking at some titles, plenty of research. So your work is far beyond teaching. And Gen AI can be your time machine. And I think there were been few examples. I think the previous speaker was also alluding on those lines. And one of the aspect is where you are able to really use it in a smarter way. If now in current time, if you're writing a lesson completely from scratch, that would be a hard work. You can easily do a smart work where a large chunk of slides can be prepared as an initial first draft where you look at the refinement part of it. If there is a lesson plan to be prepared, MCQs to be done, research summaries to be done, everything can be done leveraging AI to expedite and drive efficiency. Those 10 questions kind of a quiz which you need to prepare across the level of difficulty, and that too to trick a student who has just skimmed through the topic. There you can have AI to customize those MCQs as well. So overall, AI can be used and focus your energy from generation where the machine is great, but to evaluate and look at from an evaluation where you are good at. So now I look at it, it's been like days of learning. Is it the end of the course, this program, or this is starting point of your lifelong learnings? So I just thought to take this opportunity to give you two, three quick tips here. One, using different AI tools, those chat GPTs. So, for example, if you're using OpenAI chat GPT, what are the aspects which can be really used? Uh, Developing a PPT with an example, developing MCQs with answers and across various difficulty levels. In fact, to also enhance. So, in case if you want to improve your tone, simplify language, or make it more engaging, ChatGPT can be a great friend for you. And if you look at Google Gemini, especially on very structured way, summarizing PDFs, long text, flowcharts, that can be interesting. And if you have a research paper and you want bullet points with key arguments and contradictions, you can really put it on Gemini and you will do a good job. But especially for educators, the academicians, from a research side, Perplexity can be a great option for you as well. You can validate facts, you can look at those academic notes, and then look at from a broader domain perspective. Uh, just a quick uh, chat, or just a show of hand, little bit of comments there. If you need to estimate the cost of a pro version of ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity, what would be the total cost uh, on an annual basis? Three
They'll
options.
have to mention in the chats.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can
Yeah,
put it on
there is
chat.
no show of hands. They can just mention in the
Yes,
chat,
sure.
or yeah.
Yeah, on the chat, if you can just mention whether it will be 5,000, will be 15,000, or maybe 40,000 on an annual basis. What do you think the pro version of all these three would be? Any guesses?
We are waiting to see your messages in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Suganti ma'am said 2K per month. Okay, that is 24,000 a year. Great. Any other guesses? Unlimited use, yes, the pro version. So if you're using a free version, so they put a kind of a limit that it is busy or you have exhausted the tokens. But if you're looking for a pro version for those, yes, 24,000 a year. Jomi sir also mentioned that. So fun fact, for 1 year, for Indians, it is 0 rupees. It's free of cost. I'll just a quick pointers here. ChatGPT, you download the app, ChatGPT Pro, there is a 1 year subscription, free of cost, pro upgrades for Indians, anyone who is above 18 years. If you're having a Airtel subscription, Perplexity Pro is free of cost. On Geo, the Gemini for 35,000 rupees is free of cost for 1 year for everyone. There is a banner in my Geo app. You click on it and it's boom, free. Your Google Gmail alerts, errors that you are already capping your 15 GB error, gone because your storage would increase to 2 terabytes. Why this is happening? So this is happening because at this moment, these are large language models, as you learned in these sessions. So at this moment, they want more people to use it.
They want Indians' data, I guess.
Absolutely, Kamna. So that's one where we are using that for this. But second, to really have a jump start for us, so make use of it across those three. It's really free of cost. Yes, for India collection, you're right, Vijay ma'am. So that's one area, but we are able to use it for the right purpose. And that is a good segue to also talk about. There is a warning, and I think there was also covered in the ethical AI session. The chat GPT or AI can be confident liars, and it's called as hallucination. From your purpose, it's like a student who hasn't studied, who's giving answers with 100% confidence. But the thumb rule here is you are the pilot. That's why the tool is called co-pilot. But you are the pilot, AI is the engine. Don't let the engine steer the overall plane. Verify the facts. In the end, and just in the interest of time to really sum up, the world at this moment need educators who has four key things: curious, adaptable, responsible, and future ready. And today, that's exactly what you have become. as you leave the program, just remember you're not just using AI, you're shaping the next generation to learn responsibly and creativity, and most importantly, very effectively. Thank you so much to everyone for embracing change, leading by courage, and preparing India for future. The journey continues, and journey for Indian next generation of learning is in very capable hands, which is yours. So thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate your participation.
Thank you so much, Abhay. I think it's not every time that a valedictory address is also so, gives so much information and so much insight. So thank you so much and very well said. I'm totally, in sync with your thoughts. And thank you to all the respected faculty members who have taken out time from their busy schedules to be a part of this learning experience and you know taking or making the effort to upskill. Thank you so much. Your assessment scores, please take the assessment till Monday. We will be taking out the scores on sorry, you will please take the assessment till Sunday evening, Sunday night, because on Monday we'll be accessing the scores and sharing it with Atal. Yes, exam is only on Future Skills Prime, so please take it there. It is all there in your groups. Kindly take the exam, and by Sunday is the last date, because after that Atal also doesn't accept late results. So in your own interest, please take the assessments on time. We'll be taking out the scores on Monday. By Wednesday your scores will be updated on the Atal website. So thank you so much, Abhay. Thanks for your time once again. It was a
Sure.
pleasure
Thank you
to
so
have
much.
you.
Bye bye.
And thank you
Likewise.
to all faculty members. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.